like thunder. For every time in the face that it hits us, we're faster. Well, they should know by now. They see the world keeps trying to shake us. It only wakes us. The pendulum swings. The pendulum swings. It's in a beautiful darkness. Napoleon another. It's full steam ahead. Full steam ahead. All about the Betty Express. Misdirected from the start. It's a runaway train. I come a freight train. I come a freight train. In a beautiful darkness, the Betty Express. In a beautiful
Well, afternoon, everyone. We have a good chunk to go through, and it does seem as though the jury has heard the audio. Thankfully, it seems as though the court pool, the jury or the media pool, had to block it out. So a lot of day four is going to be blocked out at least an hour. But it does look like, and I'm very glad that they made this choice. It does seem like the jury or the media pool will not be playing any of the audio from when this incident happened, and I completely agree with that. I don't believe that you know, her last moments should be out in the public like that. And I get there might be people on the other side who feel like the public has every right to know. I completely don't agree with that. I think that it's bad enough that the family and the jury members have to hear it. So I am very glad that they didn't do that. Now, what we are going to be getting into today is the many lies of Tanner Horner. Now, I did find a pink shirt. I bought the only two pink shirts in Walmart that were under $10 that they had that didn't have Hello Kitty on them. I should have read them before I went out of the Walmart, and I should have made sure they weren't crop tops. But the pink shirts that I was able to find, one says "Showgirls" and the other one says "Brain Rot," and they're crop tops. Like, I only spent $6 on a t-shirt, but this'll show me to not read things before I pick them up and just pick things up because they're not Hello Kitty. Um, this'll learn me. Mr. Mo was like, they didn't have any other pink shirts. I was like, I was running in. I knew I was on a time limit. I picked the first two, like, relatively cheap pink things I could find, and I ran out of Walmart. So that's what we are going to be doing. And brain rot does kind of fit because, well, wouldn't you know that Tanner has decided to create himself an alter ego? So buckle in, you guys, because it's about to get really stupid. Do remember that if you guys need a puppy kitten break, it is so. What I will say is the next big chunk of this is going to be interrogations. And the only rough part of them, since I have listened to them before, is that this man is incapable of taking responsibility. That's really what we're looking for. So if you remember Letitia, here's Tanner with his, worst acting award.
That happened to. I can't remember the exact amount, but it was numerous times that he stated during that interview.
That he had done that.
Yes, sir.
So he says that he attempted to break her neck, didn't work, and so he used his hands.
Yes, sir, correct.
And he said one hand or two hands?
I asked him whether he used one hand or two hands, and he stated he used two hands.
Two hands. So, and I just want to make sure, so now we're in the second interview. What is he now telling you that he did with her body once he killed her?
He stated that he had her in the back of the van for a short period of time and then took her to the bamboo.
Now, during this interview, what are you trying to do during this interview?
I'm just trying to find Tina. That's just trying to figure out where she's at.
Now, as far as after according to him, after he dumps her body in the bamboo, we talked a lot about that. Where does he say that he went next after that?
He stated during the course of that interview that he went to the Loves to get some cleaning supplies for the truck, and then he went back to the station.
So just for those of us that know, is it Love's a convenience store?
Yes, sir.
Is it also a truck stop?
Yes, sir.
And is there a Love's in fairly close vicinity to where that would have been happening?
Yes, sir.
And do you know where that was located?
I can't remember the approximate address or location, but we had investigators follow up with that location as soon as we found that information.
So Love's truck stop, that's what he said, clean up the truck. What did he tell you that he was cleaning up?
He stated that he was cleaning up the vomit and feces.
Whose vomit?
His vomit,
Whose feces?
Athena's.
During the course of your time being a ranger and being in law enforcement, have you ever heard the term used with a suspect when you're interviewing that they're playing the victim?
Yes, sir.
And what does that mean to you?
Essentially, there's no accountability. It's just blaming everybody else.
But then,
Correct. Yes, sir.
and in this case, when we're talking about Tanner Horner and his interview, does he take on that role during that part of that interview? Playing the victim?
Yes, sir. He does.
And just give us a general, we're going to be able to listen to it, but give us a general overview of what he does from your recollection to play the victim system.
Just never any accountability as far as what transpired. Obviously, I knew.
And that's brace yourself, you guys, because it's going to be a lot of woe is me. And we are in for almost 2 full days of this because there were multiple interviews of this man. So, like I said, this is going to be more infuriating than, heartbreaking.
A lot of the facts in reference to this investigation, including some facts that I was collecting during the course of that interview. So throughout the course of that interview, I know he's continuously lying to me, and it's very self-serving because he knows if he tells me the truth.
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for speculation as to what Mr. Horner may or may not have known.
Just without speculation.
Correct, yes, sir.
Say your question again.
So without speculating, is anything you can finish your answer if you want to.
Just a lot of blaming everybody else and no accountability.
And as part of this, when you say that he's blaming other people, you said that he blamed possibly FedEx for not having a working backup camera, right?
Yes, sir.
Which, from what you're telling me, would have led to him backing in there, right?
Presumably is what he was implying.
Right. Which you've already said that's a lie.
Yes, sir.
And so, with regard to any other place where he laid blame for being responsible for Athena's kidnapping and murder,
Yes, sir.
was there any other person, place, or business that he laid blame for causing her murder?
Not that I can recall other than him blaming his long hours and his work and some of the things going on in his life.
All right. All right. So I'm going to ask you to tell me about Zero.
During the course of these interviews, Tanner implied that he was sometimes referred to as Zero, which
I mean, at least Letitia made up, Consuela, Maria, I think Mary Lou Retton. I mean, he made up Zero. He didn't make up Agent 41.
the course of my investigation and through the time that I talked to Tanner, it was something he made up, that an alter ego that he made up for himself, and stated that sometimes he would be referred to as Zero.
And so during this investigation, that's when this person, alter ego, comes up.
Correct, yes, sir.
And at what point during the questioning does this made-up person come up?
Yes, sir. Throughout the course of these next couple of interviews, the name Zero and that fake personality or alter ego comes up.
Did he tell you how he made it up and how he created it?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that.
And thank you for gifting a membership, Squab Bob, and that went to Jason J. So welcome. You can, listen to our book club as I read Small Sacrifices. We should actually get through it fairly quickly if I can get 2 chapters done a day. That being said, I didn't get my chapters done yesterday or today, but in theory, we're gonna get there.
Stated it was something that he and his wife had discussed in the past, and he named it after one of his band, and actually had a tattoo on his arm that had 0 on his arm.
So
He got a tattoo of his alter ego? Again, having talked to Dr. Rachel, we know that DID does not present at all like this.
created it and he named it.
Correct, yes, sir.
He made it up.
Yes, sir, to the best of my knowledge, yes, sir.
Okay. And so during any of this, when we're going to hear this, how does 0 come up in the course of your investigation?
At one point during the course of this interview, he writes something on the board. When I step out of the room, I asked him what that was about, and he stated it wasn't him, it was 0. We talked briefly about it, and then throughout the further course of the investigation, when I was hitting roadblocks, again, all I'm trying to do is find Athena. I played his game, and I spoke to 0.
So during this course of interview, all you had to do is just start talking to him like that? Is that what you're telling us?
Yes, sir.
And did you miraculously get answers when you started talking to him like that?
Yes, sir. At that point, I did.
And how long did he play this game?
Until after we recovered Athena's body.
Okay. And I know we said that there are multiple interviews that are done, including one that's a re-interview on December 7th. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is he still playing this 0 game all the way until December 7th?
Yes, sir.
Did you believe any of this?
No, sir.
Then let me ask you, Ranger, why play into it if you don't believe it?
It's obviously a common technique that we use to maintain that rapport and to play into that, because ultimately it's about locating Athena and getting the truth. And if whatever he wants to be called, I'm willing to do that, as long as it means actually getting to the truth.
So what you're saying here, you'd have called him Yogi Bear if you got to the truth. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. I called him anything as long as I could find Athena.
Okay. Now, during this interview that we're going to see here in a minute, tell me a little bit about Tanner Horner's ability to understand and answer your questions. Is he able to do that?
Yes, sir. He is.
And when I ask that, what I mean is that you've indicated that you're going to ask him some questions in that interview. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And his answers to those.
And this is going to be very important because you have the defense over here saying this man was basically cognitively non-functional. I mean, the way you hear the defense say it, I mean, he was eating lead chips like Tostitos. He was drooling in the corner, barely functional. He's got all of these maladies that make him, that basically give him a free pass for his behavior. And the fact that he was able to craft this, fake persona and, interact as this fake persona really negates that he was almost, non-functional.
Questions, were they responsive to your questions?
Yes, sir.
What I mean by that is, if you ask him what happened next, right, was he able to explain what happened next?
To a certain extent.
Okay. And so during this interview, when you're going through it, whether you're talking to Tanner or this person you made up or what have you, is he able to understand those questions and provide answers?
Yes, sir.
And then also, let me ask you, during this interview, what's his demeanor during this interview?
His demeanor through the course of these interviews was very laid back. I mean, he wasn't worked up, had a cool, calm demeanor, cooperated, spoke, was articulate, joked around, made jokes at times, made jokes inappropriately sometimes. And again, was able to maintain that rapport and continue to talk to him.
When you said he made jokes, do you remember anything he was joking about during this?
There's not a particular joke that I recall, but obviously when we watch the video, it's very apparent when the jokes come out that are not appropriate.
Just notes, Judgment? Yes, sir. Show you the state's exhibit 36. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is that?
This is the interview from the Wise County Sheriff's Office interview room, and it has my initials on it.
And when you put your initial on, what does that mean?
That means I've reviewed it.
And is that a true and correct copy and an accurate depiction of the interview that you've been speaking about today?
Yes, sir.
Offer Space Exhibit 36.
Any objections other than those previously brought to the attention of the court?
No, Your Honor, no further objections.
Okay, those previous objections remain overruled and State's Exhibit 36 is admitted.
Is that published?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh, him drumming his fingers. Oh, he is already. I love that that would normally not set me off because I tend to do the same kind of air typing or air playing the piano thing. But the fact that he is drumming on the table, I'm already like, off with his hands.
Yes.
What in the name of disarticulation? There is another way he could have done that. Like the absolute awkwardness of the way he is doing this. All you would have to do, even in handcuffs, is rotate your wrist. Unless they are doing the Richard Allen thing where they've got him handcuffed like this, which I would do. But yeah, who the hell does this? And then twists off a cap. Maybe the lead paint thing isn't as much of an excuse of non-legitimates as I thought. Oh, they do have him. Okay, I'm liking these cops better. I'm glad you're napping, Cletus.
Or at least in a position that's not like, so what was Romans 13:12? She already said, all right, now remember actually where you wrestled before we started. I'm ready to go outside the road to do the same thing, okay? You have right to make solid, now make it any statement. Anything second will be used against you for. You have right to have an attorney present to value class and any questions. If you can, the one attorney will be appointed to you. You can stop the interview at any time. Do you understand your rights? Yes, sir. All right, Tanner, we're gonna get some kind of formality, so to speak, all right? We're gonna start off with today's date, which is Friday, December 2nd, 2022, and it's Friday, it's 4:40 p.m. We're here at the Wise County Sheriff's Office. All right, what's your full name and address? Tanner. And Tanner, N-L-Y-N. Warner, H-O-R-A-N-E-R. Okay, and what's your birthday? August 8th, 1991. August 8th, 1991. All right, what's your physical address? 7628 Somerville Place Road. Somerville Place Road? Sir. Okay. And what's your phone number? 817 449 7991. All right. I'll have my phone number. I just something I do, free number, me, it's like, you know, you later on, so down, I get your phone number. So let me ask you something, Let's start off with, what we've already talked about, okay, on when you got the little girl. You went to that residence to deliver a package? Okay, and what happened?
When I was trying to get myself situated where, I have an easy way to get out of the property, I kind of backed up and hit her.
Okay, and then what?
She seemed like she wasn't too incredibly hurt, but it was a panic.
Okay,
And I didn't know what to do. My main fear was I could lose my job, lose my source of income, the way, like, everything was on the line. I didn't know what to do.
okay. So what did you do, mother of the truck?
I listened to this dumb little voice in my head that told me, just grab her and go, and I did.
Okay. So you said you didn't hurt her too bad, you just kind of bumped her, or?
I mean, she had some bruises.
Okay, so she's still talking to you, and what'd she say?
She was worried that I was looking at her.
And what'd you tell her?
I told her no. She kept asking where we were going. I didn't know what to tell her, so I would just talk to her about random things.
Mhm.
I didn't.
Okay, it's okay. So you didn't want
She was a sweet kid.
Okay, so you were in fear, hey, I'm gonna get in trouble for hitting her with my truck. That was your biggest fear. Okay, then what happened?
I tried to run for a bit, just trying to figure out what I was gonna do about the situation.
And what'd she do?
Asking questions, we're just talking at this point.
Yeah, is she sitting down, is she standing up, is she in the passenger seat, where's she at?
She's standing out, she's in the back.
Okay. What's she asking?
Just random things, like, I just had her talking. It was, I don't know.
And then where's her?
We went down this private road and I listened to that little voice again.
What takes him?
Here's a kind public service reminder. If the little voice in your head says to do things that would require bail money and possibly get you rounded up in the wild, wild west, don't do them. Don't listen to that voice. This has been your daily moment of learning with Mo.
I heard it.
Do her. And listen. Then how'd you hurt her? It's okay. It's alright. It's alright. How'd you hurt her?
No, it's not all right.
Well, no, it's alright to tell me. It's okay to tell me. You gotta get it off your chest.
And look, y'all, I know there are good cops and bad cops, but the police officers who sit this close to pure evil to get answers for the family, thank goodness they do that job.
How'd you hurt her?
No,
Sorry. You gotta get it off your chest, okay?
Just a second.
Okay, if you don't want to talk about how you hurt her in detail, just talk about it. And then let's talk about how she ended up after you hurt her, where did you take her?
Sat on the private road trying to figure out what I was going to do from that point. I didn't know what I was going to do. So I just started heading back to the station. And then when I was driving back to the station, I saw the bamboo. Saw somebody in there.
Okay. Obviously, if you tossed her there, we're gonna find her, so she's fully clothed, and, you mentioned she didn't have any shoes on.
No, she didn't have shoes.
All right, wearing socks, barefooted?
Socks.
Okay. You remember what clothes she was wearing?
I mean, I think like shorts or jeans or something.
Okay.
There's a lot going on in my head at the time. I didn't.
Is there any voices telling you anything that time, after you just get her out of the truck or anything like that, or was that just kind of a decision you made?
I just tossed her in. Like I couldn't just keep running around with a kid in the back like that. I just tossed her in the bush or whatever you want to call it.
And you sure she was, not alive at that time?
I was relatively sure.
Okay.
I mean, I didn't check her heartbeat or anything, but I didn't. relatively sure that she wasn't alive.
Okay. So, let's backtrack a little bit, okay? To that private road that she went down. And one of the voices telling you to her, how did it start? Did you say anything to her? Did you explain that you had to do what you had to do? Yeah, I mean, can you give me something on that?
I just told her to turn around and
You choked her? One hand or two hands? Two. Was she facing away from you when you were choking her?
it started off, I tried to
Oh, you tried to break her neck?
break her neck, make it as quick and painless as possible, but it didn't work. She started crying. I'm trying to calm down. I'm trying to calm down.
It's all right. Hey, listen, what I tell you earlier, right? A lot of times we're too fixated on what, right? On what happened. So now we know a little bit of what happened, right? We know that you hit her bumped with the truck. You got scared, right? She's not telling you. So you got her in the truck.
And then again, just the subtlety, but I love how this man is an incredibly large, imposing kind of presence. And I like how they're crowding him. Again, our justice system is bound by civil rights and procedures. But if he has to experience in the interrogation room half of the stress, or just a little percentage of the stress to make him break and give the family their baby back, I'm okay with it. But I do like the silent, imposing presence of just, I'm gonna call him Jerry. Big old Jerry. And just the audacity. Again, this is probably a good place to end a Friday on because we have plenty to roast. This man is insufferable, and yet we will suffer him for several hours.
When you got her in the truck and stuff like that, did you just get her in the truck or did you ask her to get in?
Yeah, so I get in.
Okay, so she listened to you, got in the truck, and then you drive from your route immediately, start kind of headed back to the station, right?
No. After that, that's when we went down the private road because I was trying to figure out what I was gonna do.
Okay. What do you think the time frame was from there, like?
I don't know.
Not very long, about 5, 10 minutes, 30 minutes?
I wouldn't know how to.
Okay. Don't worry, right?
Like I said earlier, at the time, I have no idea how much time has passed.
Okay, so,
I don't even know how long it's been since you guys stopped me after that delivery.
yeah, okay, so your perception of time is not too good, so you get in the truck, she's standing up talking to you, got drive down the private road, and that's when the voice tells you, hey, you need to hurry, you need to make a ride. Am I right? Correct, if I'm missing something. And then you ask her to face away from you, and you try to break her neck at first, but she started crying. When you say try to break her neck, did you like try to spin it, or how did you do that? Like spin like one hand on the chin, one hand on top of the head, hand on the side of the head, or how? Like, okay, and that didn't work? Okay, and but she was facing.
So again, I'm not a behavioral scientist or anything, but the attempt to break the neck as the first and most expedient way, again, this is speculation, but that's not usually a go-to. So I do wonder if this has been something he's been fantasizing about. I know where the defense is going to go, that this is totally a mental defect that he had no control over. But given what the state has said in opening statements, that he was patrolling around other rural areas and, made contact with a young girl the day before Athena was abducted, I do believe that there are going to be things in his past because the defense was very upset that some things, past crimes, were going to be brought in by the state. I have a feeling this man had been planning this for a while, unfortunately. And, he wasn't caught before something terrible happened.
Away from him when you did that? Sure. Okay, so then.
I didn't want to see it coming. I didn't.
Okay.
So then,
I couldn't take it if she was sitting there in pain. I wanted to do it as quick as possible, and it didn't work, and sorry.
and now, we accomplished that, trying to find out where she's at, right? We haven't found her yet, or that I know of, so now we're gonna get into some of that why. Why did you really do her because you didn't want to get in trouble for hitting her with FedEx or legally or what?
Essentially, I was panicking, I didn't know what to do, and then it almost seems like it was a dream. For the most part, it just kind of seems like
A dream? I think you mean nightmare. Again, the choices of his words are so distant, not are so divorced from the horror and reality of what he did. He's so passive in this. He's like, I reluctantly did this, and then to know that the jury is going to have to hear nearly an hour of audio. It's maddening.
I wasn't, you know what I mean? Seems like I wasn't behind the wheel at the time.
Out of body experience, so to speak.
Almost. But stuff like that's happened my entire life, where like I'll have these like out of body experiences. Most of them I'm like getting in a fight with someone or something like that. But sometimes I'll kind of like phase out and not know what's going on. Other times I'll just kind of be in the back seat almost.
When you were talking to her, did she tell you her name?
Yeah.
What's her name?
Athena.
Okay. Did she say her full name or did she just know her first name? Did she tell you her last name or anything?
No, she couldn't tell me her last name.
So she just told you her name was Athena? Okay.
Which I actually thought that was pretty cool because, I like mythology and stuff like that.
Yep. So let's go back to, I know you don't want to, you have a hard time, rightfully so, kind of recall a little bit, but, and I'm going to go back and touch on it a little bit. And you try to break her neck, she starts crying. When you start choking her, facing away from you, like you stated earlier, how long did it take her to essentially pass out or stop crying? Was it long or was it a short period of time? How long do you think?
It was probably about a minute, but it felt like so much longer.
And then, she just stopped moving and went limp. I mean, were you on the ground or was she standing up still? Was she standing up when you were doing it, or did she obviously at some point she passes out or whatever, you had to come to the ground?
She started off standing and then kind of after a while just went down.
Okay. And then did she move at all after that?
I'm sorry. That's when I started heading towards that, I guess, it's a county road, but the one right across from 2123, that's when I threw her in the bush.
Okay. Now, what was that little voice specifically telling you? Do you remember?
That I needed to stop her from pretty much telling anybody.
Okay. So that was the main concern. That's the whole reason why.
Everything was at risk. My job, my family, everything. And I didn't.
You didn't know what to do. You panicked. Right? So, Tanner, again, we'll get, we're not going to get jammed up on what happened. Obviously, the why is always more important. But there are some details that we need to know. Obviously, let me explain it to you, because you're a smart guy, you know how things work. Just talking to you a little bit of time I have, you're obviously into mythology, you're into superhero movies, you know how things work. You're not, so to speak, recluse, you know the things that we're going to go on. So
I mean, it used to be a really bad recluse, but that's
a long time ago. I mean, but so.
And you could have stayed in your daggone house, but no, you had to inflict yourself on the world. You could have gone back home and stayed in your basement.
By that saying, you're exposed to things and you know how things work. So obviously, when we work this type of investigation, right, medical examiner's body looks at the body, right, to determine how this person passed away. So we're going to know some of what, right? We're going to be able to essentially corroborate what you're telling us now, right? So is there anything else we're going to know? Because I don't want you to lie to me, So I'm going to shoot you straight, just like I want you to shoot me straight, all right? You're sucking my boots, so don't lie to me, because you know how it is. You like being lied to?
no, sir.
Okay. So
I think I know what you're about to ask me. No, I didn't.
what am I going to ask?
You're gonna ask if I sexually assaulted her, and I did not.
You didn't sexually assault her?
No, sir. So
Survey says, unfortunately, horrifically, monstrously, that's a lie.
Everything's gonna tell me that you didn't sexually assault her.
with my medication, I don't even really have much of a libido.
Okay,
Like my fiance will even tell you that I kind of does it off most of the time.
okay. So this, whenever the doctors or whatever examine her body, they're gonna tell you that she wasn't sexually assaulted?
Yes, sir.
Let's go back a little bit into the private road. Is it pretty close to where she lived?
Relatively, it's like, okay, so,
Let's go right here. You gotta work with it.
yeah.
It sounds like a pretty good distance.
Okay, so this is 2123, this is that road, right? Then we have
It's like, this is what?
21.
Okay,
Okay, so there's different ways to get to the,
sorry.
there's different ways to get to the, where should I put it, okay, so here's the store over in Cottonville, right?
Yeah.
Here's a road up here, then it goes to Spring Valley, which can be a road that's easy for
You
you.
know that road, 35 feet. So 35, 55 feet.
And then there's this like little area, right? I went up through here,
Again, I want you to notice how, yeah, it's a crop top. I have a midriff. Who knew? I am not actually just a torso. I have legs. I'm sorry to break it to you, ungently, but yes, they only had pink crop tops. Perhaps if I had looked at the women's section, but I was running. Okay, walking fastly-ish. But this is going to be very hard for the defense. Look how confidently he went up and he was drawing. And the police, or at least the ranger and the police officer, are able to corroborate that these roads actually exist, that these are routes that he could take to get from place to place. This is not a man who is barely functional in society. This is a man that was holding on a job, probably had a commercial driving license, and also probably, was able to plan this. So I think the defense is going to fall flat. And I think at the end of the day, it's going to be along the lines of each juror's political belief or, beliefs about the death penalty.
in 2123 I came down, and then the private road is over here. There's like multiple houses back there. It's actually a painting about to blur too.
And the older or newer houses?
Definitely older. There's like a couple different private roads on that private road. But yeah,
So, hang on.
Pay attention to that. There's a couple different private roads. This man was planning this. Again, I'm not a professional, but he had scouted out roads where he wasn't going to be bothered, where people would hear screaming and nothing would be done. This was planned. And again, I get what the defense is trying to do, and I think it would be much more genuine if the defense, instead of saying he's mentally broken, we don't believe in the death penalty. We believe that that life without parole is a bad enough punishment. But to say that he is so mentally deficient that they paint a picture of a man legitimately drooling in a corner, unable to clothe himself without care, okay, well, be careful, Tammy. So I think the defense is going to have a real big hurdle because any juror is going to observe that he is able to, confidently recall and lie about details. And it actually takes a lot of creativity to lie, which my youngest, most feral, says I'm very creative. That's not a talent I'm encouraging, child.
Let's get into, okay, so where's her house at in proximity to this? Okay, so that's 3573, so put 3573 there. Okay,
also this is a lot closer to.
oh yeah, yeah, I'm just talking about it, it's back. So let me do this. So her home has kind of like a long drive, right? You remember that? Yeah, my phone's gonna be map. Okay, so we got that home road here, and then this is the home. So when you come in to deliver your package, you come in this way, you turn in, and then you take a right here and go down track property, and then there's a house in front. That's where you left the package, if you remember it. So you get out and you drop the package, right? Walk me through that part of it.
Okay.
So you get out, you're out of the truck now. You don't necessarily have to drive, you're just gonna tell me.
Yeah, kind of, so I went through here, pulled that way, and then that's when I backed up and I hit her.
Okay, so you're backing up?
Yeah, I went this way, backed up and I hit her. So I grabbed the package, not that, first I thought I had a dog. But then I saw this girl and
What'd she say when you hit her? Was she crying or anything? Okay, what'd she say?
she was just crying, I was trying to calm her down.
Okay,
And after about 10 seconds, that's when I started panicking and started realizing the implications.
okay,
The particular truck I was in doesn't have a working backup camera, so it's kind of a pain in the ass most of the time.
okay. So then what do you do after you hit her? You start panicking, so it's about 10 seconds. What do you do with her?
Told her to get in the back of the truck, we're gonna go on a quick ride, and then we were talking the entire way.
Okay, right. So when she's in the truck, does she jump into the driver's side, passenger side, where?
To the back of the truck.
Oh, the back, okay, she got it open, she got the back, yeah. So she gets out, you shut it, you don't put words in your mouth. Would you go in with her, and shut it that way, or do you go around?
Yeah, I shut it before.
Okay, and then you walk around in the driver's seat.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The side door on that truck doesn't work.
Okay, and then now show me your route out.
So I was up in that private road.
From right here, so you go,
So I went in.
this,
Yes.
yeah, you come back,
I'm in the private road.
so you go back this way on the private road?
Yeah, the private road itself, say this is, can you see that?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, so here's Spring Valley.
So I have two roads, sorry, I have two roads, okay, yes, 100%.
So where were we? Crap, okay, this should not. Okay, so the private road is right here. I went to about, I was in this area.
Yeah. So we're here, 75, which road did you come up?
It comes off 35, 55.
So you come up 35, 55,
Okay, I came up 21, 23, I came up through here.
okay, so you came the back way.
Yeah.
Okay, and then you come in and you go to, it shows private road 3549? Yeah, so EDT, what is that, 3539? 3549. And you got this.
I'm sorry, I don't know.
No, it's all right. Hey, man, it's part of it. So you come around, come back down this road, which is, what is that? 3555. Okay, so come around, come 3555 to private road 3549. And then you go all the way to the end of it. Is there like a little cul-de-sac, no houses there or what?
It's weird. So there's just like, okay.
I'm sorry, I can turn the rotation off, just turn the rotation off. Oh, you know, it's okay.
Okay, this is an iPhone.
Yeah, I'm just not doing settings.
Are you trying to, so let's just say we're looking at it though, just private road. So this is where you're at. You're there how long, you think?
Probably about 20, 30 minutes.
Okay. So 20, 30 minutes there.
First I was going to try to leave the body down there, but people kept driving me past. So I was just like, maybe not right here.
Okay. So you were gonna dump her off right there on that private road, but decided, hey, I need to go further.
I wanted to put her somewhere where someone would find her easy. In all honesty, man, I'm a parent, like,
Yeah.
I want my kid.
Yeah.
Again, I do not encourage you to eat candy or take a sip of an emotional support beverage if it's after 5 and you indulge in that kind of thing. Every time he brings up the fact that he has reproduced, now, don't get me wrong, every child is a blessing and every child has a place in this world, big or small. I truly believe that. But reproducing doesn't make you a parent. And if you are able to rob another parent of their child, I think you forfeit the right to use that. So yeah, it's gonna chafe your behind more and more as he keeps reminding us that he's reproduced.
That's what happened. Look at me, I'll tell you this. This is what I'm trying to do right now. I want to bring her home. That's why we're going through this, because I want to bring her home. Okay? So look at me. You gotta help me bring her home. Okay? You gonna do that? Okay.
There you go, Tanner. Let's bring my phone.
Okay, so with the way the private road is, it's okay. You go back, It's a hell of a drive. This is like a hill right here, but right here is about where,
It's all right, we can leave that in there. Good.
Is that right, you think, or should we go on the other side?
it's somewhat, and I was trying to pin it on the road itself.
Let's do this. You got this one out. And then try again.
I was trying to get it on the road, but I don't think that will work as well, but.
That's about how much we're gonna get right there.
Okay.
So we were there, I was sitting there, like trying to figure out how I was gonna get rid of the body. And then after I remembered that bamboo bush, that's when I was just like, that's where I was gonna drop the body. So I started heading out. Oh, okay, there's 21, 23. Started going
Okay.
through here.
So you want 21, 23, you walk me through it to the next road we do. 51?
Yeah, 51, and then
51. And then you go right over to 51, right? Okay, so this is 51, and obviously it's not the scale here, so you jump it here. Good.
starting, that's where the bamboo brush is.
Okay, so the bamboo brush is right here. And where'd you park the truck? Like right on the road, on the side of the road? So you're on the road here. Okay. And then did you have to go through the back to get her out, or did you have, did you access her to the
Yeah,
front?
I got off in the back.
So you almost got door?
Yeah.
Okay. You made sure nobody's around, I guess, is that what you're saying? Just I don't know the words in your mouth, is
I
it?
mean,
Okay. And
we're
then,
not exactly the dumbest person in the world.
okay, so
Yes. Yes, in fact, you are the dumbest person in the world. Let me count the ways. You thought you would get away with this. You thought you would get away with this. You covered the camera, but not the audio. You thought that they were going to let you go home and have Christmas with your family if you told them where the Athena was. You are the dumbest person in the world.
this is kind of like a little lot here. So let me actually label it, and this is the bamboo. And then, you said, so when I say this lot, I'm drawing
Thank
here.
you, Tracking
'Cause
Gravy.
from here to about here, and then the T-post start right here, right?
Is that what it's
Yeah, T-post, the green post is like, the top of it is like a T, or if you look at it from the top, it's like a T. So, and then,
I did say one-ish, but then I put it for noon. To be fair, Mo after 9 p.m. is not responsible for things Mo says, so it's very possible.
you said, you didn't even walk in far into that bamboo here?
I didn't even really walk into it, I just kind of stood like right in front of the bamboo and tossed around.
Okay. And then what do you do from there? Let's talk about what your next course of action is.
Found the truck, I sat for a minute, thought about everything, I ended up throwing up in the back of the truck. Like it was,
Did she believe anything in that truck?
No, I get up at 4. So by the time 10 rolls around, let's see, that's 12 plus 6. That is 18 hours of awakeness. And to be fair, around 10:30 I do turn into a pumpkin. So it's not Thor, you are such Thor, every time I wear any sort of black clothing, you just have to he's not looking at me. He's like, I do not have to listen to you. I will not take this. I will not take these, claims of, badness against me. I will not listen. Oh, he's like, I don't want to be filmed. But again, it's very interesting, and I do wonder if the defense is really going to stumble on this because their entire contention in this case, their entire defense to get him life without parole is that he has such mental deficiencies that he is almost unable to function within normal human society. And I don't know why they think that making that a point would make any jury less inclined with the level of evil and forethought that went in to try to cover this up. You can't have both things. You can't have a person that's so incredibly damaged and mentally broken that they can barely function to the point that they don't know right or wrong, and then also have him be able to come up with these fantasies for nearly a day.
I don't know,
Okay,
possibly.
okay. She didn't have any like cuts or anything like that on her when we found her?
I mean, I did kind of throw it in there as possible.
So you're talking about just cuts from the bamboo or whatever, not from something you did to it?
No.
Okay.
I'm not some psychopath, so, at least I don't think I am.
So then after you don't leave, she's fully clothed, right? Okay, then what's your next route home? And you can draw that down here. Analysis. If it's too complex, one, I have to just kind of explain it to me.
So I went 114, pretty much whole day. I had to stop a couple times because
Where'd you stop?
on the road.
Okay, just on the road.
Yeah.
What'd you stop for?
So
Okay. Outside the truck, outside the truck or inside the truck?
a little bit of both. One point I went on the side of the truck. When I stopped at Love's to kind of clean out.
Okay,
Yeah, the truck still smells like the rock.
okay. And then, so that's 114.
Yeah, 114, I stopped at the Love's / McDonald's, put it down, McDonald's. Out for Love's, and then I head back to the station.
Okay, what time did you get to the station?
I have no clue.
Really late, later than normal?
Where did it?
Which would be after 8, before 9?
I wouldn't say
After
that.
9?
I would say that. I don't think.
At some point in this deal, did you ever turn off your phone? Did you ever get off the radar or anything?
I mean, my phone died there for a bit.
Okay, where'd your phone die at?
I don't remember.
At some point during this, your phone died? After you got her, after you picked her up? Okay, so your phone dies, and you put it on charger, I guess?
My charger was kind of broken.
Okay, so you put it back on charger and you power it back up, I'm sure.
And I had to fuck with it a little bit.
Okay, so when you get home, what do you do?
I wonder how much of his phone being off or, maybe in airplane mode had to do with him pre-planning and how much of it was, doggone it, my phone just won't hold charge.
Well, my fiance picked me up from work, and then just went home and went to sleep.
Okay,
Took my sleeping medication, watched Game of Thrones, and out.
okay. And then what time do you wake up the next day?
6 o'clock, ready to go to work.
Okay, did you make it to work on time? Late?
Cassie likes to kind of drive by when she's.
Oh, so she's taking you to back then? You said Cassie, just Cassie?
Fiance, we love it more time all the time.
Okay, so she's taking work, so she makes you late, essentially.
Every once in a while, but she works at FedEx, and she works as one of the package handlers.
Okay. What clothes were you wearing whenever you sang?
Jeans,
Jeans, those jeans, different jeans?
different jeans.
Were you wearing those shoes?
Yes.
Okay. That shirt or a different shirt?
That was a different one. I have multiple FedEx shirts.
Okay. So you don't remember exactly what time, about what time did you get to that house, her house?
I think you actually have a timestamp on when I did that delivery, I'm not sure.
Okay, so whenever you delivered that package or whenever that package was dropped off is when we were at that house. Okay, perfect. Okay. Now, did you take anything from her and you didn't talk, because I asked her, I said, did you take any of her clothes? Did you take anything from her?
I mean, not that I can think of. I mean, I might have found.
The reason I believe he is not in white Tyvek and his clothes aren't in evidence is because these are not, by his own admission, the clothes that he was wearing. And they are in the hours that he had, because this is after the bamboo kind of fiasco where they spent about 2 hours looking and then decided to take him back. What I was thinking is, oh gosh, okay. They are already executing a search warrant on both the vehicle that he was driving that day because the truck that they stopped him in was not the vehicle that he abducted Athena in, and they are simultaneously doing a search warrant on his home. Now, I believe that they were able to locate the FedEx shirt and some of his clothing from his house. I believe that will be the next bit of interview that we listen to after on day 3. And Jeffrey Montgomery, I'm about 40 minutes behind. I had a thought for you. Make the puppy kitten. Oh, that's a good idea. I will work on that this weekend. Thank you, Jeff. That's a great idea.
a sock on the thing, but I just kind of threw it out.
Okay, is that a maybe, or did you find something?
I did find a sock, but that was just.
Was it one of her socks?
I think so.
Okay. But
Unless
that's,
it was just some other other sock.
well, I mean, you would be able to know it's a little girl's sock or a driver's sock, so you don't know either way you found a sock.
Yeah.
Okay. When did you find that sock?
When I was stopped throwing up.
Do you remember the truck number or anything that you were in?
I don't remember the DOT number.
You don't remember the DOT number, is there, you trucks have any like numbers assigned there, like a truck 41 or whatever, you know?
I don't know, we just have particular
It's just
routes.
random.
They move around a lot.
Okay, so you don't have one particular truck assigned to you?
No, like today I was in, like, normally we're driving in like cutaways and stuff, but today I was putting in a box truck, which I hate because you don't have that kind of thing right there. You don't know how to get a package, you have to open it up from the back.
Okay, so the truck was the bigger truck or a
One
smaller?
of the big trucks.
Okay,
We have 3 different types of trucks, like cutaways, step beds, which I prefer step beds, I'm calling my head on everything. And the weird box truck things.
okay, but you're one of the bigger one, you said. Okay, and describe that truck to me, what's the back look like? Does it have a side door and a back door, or is it just one back
So
side?
all of them have the side door and back door.
Okay, so all of them have that, that's what it is, and the cab to the front of the truck, is it connected with the bed, obviously?
Sure.
Okay, but again, that's,
I'm pretty sure, by the way, I do think she pooped herself also, and I'm not gonna want to say it, but you get what I'm saying.
when you choked. Okay, and here's the deal, Tanner, remember, we're gonna be completely honest to each other, all right? So honesty and transparency means that we talk to each other and we don't hold back from each other, and that we talk to each other direct, right? So you respect that, right? You told me earlier that's what you expect of me, and I think I've proven that thus far, have I not?
Sure.
Okay, so that's what I expect, so don't hold back from me, man, we're in this now, right? So these details and these small things and things you say to me, okay, they're not so small, because there's a bigger picture. Remember, I've been talking about that bigger picture, all right? So we have to be honest with each other, we can't hold anything back, all right? This is the time to get it off your chest. You can't keep any of this bottled up, you can't keep anything from it, because if you do, it'll tear you up inside, okay? You understand?
Sure.
Are you leaving anything out on her? You said, do you think she pooped herself while you were choking her?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so while you're choking her, she pooped herself. It wasn't like she's still there alive and then she pooped herself.
Oh, she pooped herself.
Okay.
How do you know she put herself?
I smelled it when I was moving here, some of it down on the floor.
That's good.
There's a little bit of poop, a little bit of pee.
That was in the truck, so some of that stayed in the truck.
Yeah, I cleaned it up. When I stopped at Love's, I got sanitizing and stuff, and you clean it up with my throat.
What'd you pay for it, Lowe's, when you bought that stuff? Did you pay for it in cash?
Also, I don't think he realizes this, but the fact that he's talking about her having an accident leads you to believe that she didn't have clothing on or that he messed with her clothing, because she would have had 2 layers of clothing, her underpants and her pants, to keep that in. So he's not smart. I'm not dumb. You're not smart. You don't understand what you're saying when you're saying things.
I didn't pay for anything. I just asked if they had any cleaning supplies.
So you asked the store person if they had some supplies? And they provided you some? Do you remember the person that you asked for looked like?
Not really.
No, just an employee at the store.
Male or female?
Hispanic, no, white, no, white, no. Don't remember.
I think maybe Jew. I wouldn't be really on that, but he did kind of look like he might be part Jewish.
Okay, why do you say that?
God, this is gonna sound terrible. He had a decently big house.
Okay. All
I
right.
know that sounds so terrible, and I'm sorry.
Did he just say part Jewish because he had a big nose? While Jewish is an ethnicity, it's also cultural and religious too. Oh dear God. You are a moron.
Again, where we at? Open line of communication here, all right?
I know, but still, I try not to discriminate because it's just kind of shitty. This is 2022, so like,
You're not discriminating, you're describing somebody with their features. So don't feel like you're discriminating about it. Just like if you're talking about me, you said a fat guy that's bald headed, this brown, right?
I mean, when I had a tan, that would probably describe me.
So,
I'm not going home with money.
no, you're not. Never, I'm gonna be honest with you, you're not gonna go home, all right? You can't obviously, with what you're telling me here. We're gonna have to, we're gonna talk about that here in a little bit too, okay? But
Am I gonna go at all?
not, obviously, there's a
This is the only part where I think he legitimately is, like, out of touch with reality. This man, honest to God, thinks he's gonna get parole or probation or that they're gonna let him out on an electronic tether. Yeah.
process that goes through with it, but, and I'm gonna explain all that to you, but like I said, I wanna get to this, because what's the most important thing, right? When you get home, hang on, listen to me for a second. Let me tell you this, all right? At any point in that, did you think about just letting her out?
Okay,
Okay, why did you do that?
I was just telling you not to.
Are you 100% telling me the truth about where you put her? And I know I keep harping on that, but it's important because I want to get her home, right? I want to make sure that, you know, you're not leaving out detail because you think it's going to mess something up or whatever.
Sir, that's where I left her.
Did you, and I know this is kind of silly, did you tell anybody about what happened? Did you write about it? Did you do anything to kind of get it off your chest?
No, sir.
No, you just kind of kept it inside?
It's just kind of been fucking with me a lot. Right?
When those police officers came to talk to those agents, came to talk to you, did you ever think about telling them what happened? You did? I was told you got emotional in the morning. Tell me about that.
Can I hurt a kid? There's a fucking child. Can y'all just,
You admit?
can y'all just shoot me mad?
No, we can't do that. We can't do that.
I volunteer as tribute. I think we have many Americans who would stand up and volunteer. I mean,
Please.
You admit?
put me in, coach. Allegedly in Minecraft.
I just want to be with my family.
You get a chance to talk to your family and kind of explain it to them, okay? And tell them what's going on and fill them in. We're gonna give you that opportunity, all right? If you want to do that tonight.
We were just. We're finally getting our shit together.
Where are you staying at? Now, you live?
Grandmother.
Okay. Who's
I'm
all
a fucking loser.
Who's all in the house?
My mom, my little brother, and my grandmother.
Okay.
And me and Cassie.
Which you
It's several annoying dogs.
What kind of dogs?
Itty bitty little ankle biters.
What's Cassie's full name?
Cassie Marie Waite, W-A-Y-T.
Okay, and what's your birthday?
February 17th, 2001.
Is Cassie C-A-S-E-Y?
K-A-S-S-I.
Hey.
Listen, can I, how does the attorney thing work?
I don't give legal advice. I'm not going to give you legal advice. I think that's something that's up to you to research. I can't give you any type of legal advice.
I hear Bruce, the STFU defense lawyer, screaming, saying, defense attorney, what's that lawyer thing like? I'd be like, what lawyer thing? Just, for an FYI, if you do want, your right to legal counsel, you have to positively affirm that. You have to legitimately and clearly say, I would like to stop this interview and I would like a lawyer.
Does that make sense?
Okay. What's that's Cassie? What's your mother's name?
Melissa. She's still, like, even though her and my dad have been split up for a while, and it's,
So she's your stepmother that you call mom?
no, she's my actual mother.
Okay. What's her last name?
Or, her and my dad are split up, but she still has the last name.
Yes.
And her divorce.
Name?
Jackie
Is it Jackie's house? Your family? Yeah.
And her last name?
Hardison.
H-A-R-R-B-I-S-O-N. Is that correct?
Sir.
You said somebody else was living there as well?
My little brother,
What's his name?
Nick,
Nicholas.
Nicholas, but he goes by Nick, he hates when people call him Nicholas.
I got
That's why
it.
I call him Nicholas all the time.
I put it in his corner, correct?
No, Voss,
You know what it says?
yes, sir. He has his dad's last name,
How old is he?
10 years younger than me,
And you are 1 year,
31.
31, so he's 21. So you said you're living in a shed out back? Are you the only one staying in that shed?
Who?
You the only one staying in the shed? Or is it you and Cassie?
Me and Cassie, our cat, and an annoying little shit named Draco.
What breed is Draco?
I'm not sure exactly, but he's part Chihuahua.
Okay.
Part Chihuahua, part annoying as shit.
Hey, there's something that clicked to me real quick, about when you said you found the sock, when you were cleaning the truck. Did you find the sock at the Lowe's?
No,
No,
I
it's on
found it
South
when I pulled over to go from up
on South Road. You remember where that was?
somewhere on 114.
Yeah, and then you just threw it out there on South Road. I'll tell you what, this is a lot for you, and I can tell because you kind of probably gonna catch your thoughts in a minute, so give us just a second.
I need to get to you.
You can take, I'll see how I can do that. I can get you a cigarette or something. A cigarette or tobacco, tobacco, what do you like?
For that, for sure.
Let me find you a cigarette and then we'll talk a little bit more, okay? Hands tied, obviously, you can't go anywhere, so stay here for me, okay?
Did you go grab my stuff out of the?
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, and I'll get your phone like this, okay?
Hello. Welcome back. Not the mic. Now, this is the part where they claim that Zero comes out and writes on the whiteboard. Yeah, I don't think he's going to last long in the jail, the prison. Wonder what he wrote. I am as stupid as I look. The irony of this turd using hand sanitizer when he is the reason for hand sanitizer being invented. Ooh. Reason number 11D12, I am not a detective. My nosy behind would have been in there in 2.4 seconds.
Yes. Interesting, I'm showing you where we marked State's Exhibit 223. Can you tell me what that is?
That's a picture of the board from that interview room with the writing from that day.
Let me ask you a couple of things. Is that what we just saw, this board, is that what's on the left of this video?
Yes, sir, correct.
And I noticed on part of your video, you were talking about locations and maps. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
It is what you wrote and what Tim Horner wrote on that board
Yes, sir.
as far as the maps are concerned.
Yes, sir.
But I noticed on there, he got up and he wrote something else.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Now, what he wrote, is it also on that?
Yes, sir, it is.
And is that a true and accurate depiction of what you saw when you're in that room just now as we watched?
Yes, sir, it is.
Judge would ask the United States to do this reading.
No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 223 is admitted. Major Espinoza, would you read what Tanner Horner wrote on that board?
He wrote in red, "He's going to hurt me, please help."
And was that the first time that he had indicated to you something about somebody else being involved in this whole thing?
Yes, sir.
And is some of that what he's reflected on there? Do y'all discuss that with him later on in this
Thank you.
video?
Yes, sir. During the course of this interview, at some point, I bring this up.
And is that where this whole zero thing comes out?
Yes, sir.
And is that where y'all talk about it?
Yes, sir.
And is that what I asked you before? This is where it originated.
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm looking at this video and things, and I want to make sure here, you're sitting fairly close to Mr. Horner during this time. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I am.
And during this time, when you're asking him questions and you're drawing maps and things of that nature, does he appear to be distressed to you?
No, sir.
Does he appear to be able to answer your questions, at least the questions you're asking?
Yes, sir.
And does he appear to be able to answer them appropriately?
Yes, sir.
And I noticed on here, does he appear, at least at this point when he wrote that on there and sat down, to be in any type of distress?
No, sir.
And then later on in this interview, does he indicate to you that he's under any kind of distress whatsoever?
No, sir.
And does he maintain the same or similar attitude that he has now in demeanor throughout the rest of the video?
Yes, sir.
Maybe continue with the video.
It appears the video has about 30 minutes left. Do any of the members of the jury need to take a break, or do you want to try and finish with the video? Try to finish? All right.
Okay.
And I just very much like this judge. I like that he's asking the jury. He knows what's going to be coming up in the next, days, or he's aware of what they're going to have to listen to. So I like that he's being very careful of the jury, asking if they need breaks. If this case had to be tried, I'm glad that it's with, a caring older judge who is very, mindful of the gallery at large.
Hi, Tanner, I was working on this book for you. You heard Danny, right? He's also the producers. Obviously, he's been helping me out with this deal, okay? So, and he had a couple of questions for you. Obviously, we're trying to grow. Like we've been talking to you inside the road and here, we were trying to just clear up a few things.
Yeah, you've been from the get-go, just like straight up, you're cooperating. We don't want this to be a long deal. We want to let you know what's going to happen here. You want to know what's going to happen here. We want to go ahead and take it back home, like they were saying, right? I mean, that's our goal, right? Follow this, I think. Let's think about anything we've left out that's kind of holding this process up. Just think about that for a minute. What is that? What would be holding it up in your mind?
No.
Okay. Something. You feel like there's something that's getting in the way of this?
I don't think so, sir.
Okay. Why do you not think so?
So I don't know where I put it, tells you all the details of everything that happened. I don't know what else there is.
Okay. So the details you're providing, I wasn't going to read, right? So I don't want to go on, but you took us down the road earlier, right? We crossed over, we were on 21, 23, we crossed over 51. We know your phone was turned off. Can you explain that? Like, turned off? Good. Okay.
My charger was messed up. I couldn't get it back home for a bit.
Okay. How long was that?
Probably about 30, 40 minutes. Yes.
Yeah, is that at the time of when? What's happening when your phone is not on?
What do you mean?
Like, what are you doing at the time that your phone is not on? I want you to be truthful about
Finding the
that.
body.
Okay. And just because you and I will both be truthful with each other, I want to give you everything I got. I want you to give me everything you got. I want to test your tree, okay, for a moment. The phone was turned off because you're behind the body. That's what I would do. That's what you did. Correct?
I'm more receiving information right now.
Okay.
What? I'm more receiving information right now? So is a satellite dish, but a satellite dish is useful and functional for humanity.
So receive that, okay? And as careful as you can, I want you to tell me why you're doing that.
I'm gonna go ahead and do all this and blood this system up here.
Thank you.
So when I came in here, I went like this and then I backed up and I hit the girl. She was on the ground crying. I felt bad about her, tried calming her down. This voice in my head told me, dude, we're gonna get in trouble. I had to do something with her. So I told her to get into the truck. And for a long time, I was trying to figure out what the hell I was doing. I didn't know what my next step was. Was I just gonna drop off somewhere? I don't know. We went through this private road and I parked for a bit, talking to her on the way there and all this other stuff. Phone away from you, please. I don't like saying it, but
What you don't have to say it very descriptively, you say what you did to her though.
I killed her. So I was trying to figure out what I was gonna do.
I have never been less moved by a display of emotion. Did he go to the Daryl Brooks like school of acting with emotions? Like, sorry, I got emotional.
So we left here and started going down, like I was heading back to work. I remember the Bamboo Brush area that was across 151. Not 151, that was across on the other side of 51. So I stopped there, waited for a couple cars to pass, took her out the back and I put her in there. Just kind of tossed her in.
Okay. And the phone was turned off where?
I'm not sure exactly when it died. Sometime when I was driving over to here, I think.
Over where you saying you're at?
I think, I'm trying to remember where it died. I was really paying attention to my phone. I was worried about other things at the time.
What kind of cigarettes do you smoke?
Lucky Strike,
Lucky Strike?
Red 100s. Phone was off for a bit.
But the phone was off because you were behind the body?
I really,
I heard you say earlier, you were behind the body and that's why the phone was on.
that's why I didn't drink and get back on.
That's why
That's why I didn't drink and get back on.
I'm.
It's not like my phone dies, I'm just like, oh shit, my phone's dead, I try to bring it back really quick, but I wasn't too worried about getting the phone on as soon as I could.
How was that?
So let's do, that's what the body should do. What we're probably gonna do, is we're probably gonna hop back in the truck and we're gonna drive out there again, okay? Does that work? So we can walk you through it again. That's sort of some of the folks that are trying to get home, that's what they want to do. So that's what we're gonna do. So we'll probably let you smoke and do that. That sound clean? Yes, sir. Okay. Then, do you have any questions you have?
We were talking earlier, you were 99% sure she was there.
Yes, sir.
We talked a little bit more and you were 100% sure. So, I mean, there is some changes in your percentage, so I'm just trying to see.
I'm saying the exact, like, right there,
Okay.
like there's like maybe, what, 30, 40 feet of that stuff?
Yeah.
So that's where the 1% came in.
Okay. Is it possibly went further in there than you think?
I didn't even technically even go in there.
Okay.
I was right outside the edge and just kind of tossed her in.
When you say tossed, are we talking like a hard toss, like as hard as you can in there, far, or is it like right there?
Like right there.
Well, did you try to hide her?
Try to make it to where somebody would find her
Or somebody would find her? Now, how did you do that?
by not throwing her too far in,
Why would you want her to be found?
because I'm a parent. I wouldn't want to know, I wouldn't not want to know.
Okay. During the next couple of days, you didn't return?
So
Why? You're a parent.
I didn't want to know. I didn't want to know I was hearing updates about this constantly.
I was just asking you that. Did you see it on social media? Did you see it on the news?
My grandmother, she sent me stuff about it at one point. Then, I was passing that road yesterday and I saw a bunch of people down the road, so I kind of already knew what was going on.
Well, you met with FBI the other day and you didn't tell them you're a parent. And you didn't tell them the truth. Right? They were looking for her then and you're a parent and you didn't tell them.
I wasn't.
So,
I love Detective Hardass. Let's get meaner cop in. I like bad cop, but we need meaner cop. But I like this cop because we've had friendly cop for a while, and I'm liking. Okay, no, that's not how any of this works.
that wasn't you. What do you mean?
It wasn't me.
What do you mean that wasn't you? They didn't talk to you?
They talked to me, but they didn't talk to me.
Okay, interpret that for me.
What did you write that for on the board? When we stepped out, you wrote that. Why'd you write that?
Just if I say too much, I'm going to die.
Why you say that?
Zero's gonna hurt me.
Who? Who's gonna hurt you?
Zero's gonna hurt me.
Zero? What? Z-E-R?
He didn't even bring a fake mustache. I mean, if he's gonna make up some bullshit, at least bring a stupid fake mustache. Hello, my name is Zero. I mean, at least have a different, funny, stupid accent, you moron. But here we go, you guys. It's Zero. I oddly make an attractive mustached woman. I'm handsome with a mustache. I wonder what I'd look like with a Freddie Mercury. Like a full Manchu. I mean... All right. Now, I need to get a little stick because I don't actually want to take the sticker off of this. And I have sensory issues. I have tried to wear a mustache before. Of all the things I've done. But let's meet Zero. How shall? I'm glad I found this for today. Because we need the Zero mustache.
Okay. Well, listen to me.
All right,
We need to know some of these things, all right? And we're here, we'll protect you, all right? We'll get you the help you need. So you gotta trust us on it. Okay?
How can you stop me from hurting me?
Well, there's several ways to do that.
Well, I'm not going to. I'd actually like to see you kick your own ass. In fact, start that for me. Come on, kick your own ass. I'd like to see this. I don't know what to protect you from until I see what I'm protecting you from, so I'm going to need to punch yourself really hard in the face, sir. Again, reason number 11D12, I couldn't be a police officer, but the videotapes would be funny.
We're capable of doing that, for sure. We have the resources and capabilities, we're in a controlled environment, we can keep you safe, okay? You can trust me, you continue to trust me?
I trust you.
Okay, I want
He
you,
doesn't.
okay, listen to me. I want you and Zero to trust me.
He's telling me this is all a trap.
There's no trap. There's no trap. We're gonna get you some
It's totally a trap.
cigarettes, and we're gonna find her.
Hello, my name is Zero, and if the cops tell you that this is not a trap, it's most definitely a trap. Say hello to Admiral Akbar for me. I cannot. Y'all, seriously? I love that the deputy's like, no, we can totally protect you from you. We have resources. We're the Texas Rangers. Oh, Thor, stop.
Well, in order for me and you to keep this trust and this open line of communication, and for me to be able to get you anything, for me to be able to let you talk to your family, to do anything, move forward, smoke a cigarette, we're gonna have to keep on the same page, okay? You agree with that? You need another water or anything? You do? Okay. We'll get you another water in a second, all right? But what we're gonna do is we're gonna try to get you back out there and look at this location, all right? You good with that? Yeah, you smoke a cigarette all the way. We'll go in my truck more likely. I'm gonna get some things to facilitate that, and then we're gonna do it, okay? Danny, you got any more questions for that?
No, I just think that everything's gonna be fine. Okay? I totally trust us here.
Just one more thing.
Give us just a second, all right?
You know, what year?
Whatever you need to.
So, if you can do some more water, take it over that. You know, it's just about doing the right thing. And it's hard to do the right thing when you agree sometimes. So,
I didn't know what to do when I either,
I don't know,
honestly, they kept telling me I had to get rid of her.
yeah,
I just wanted to leave her there and hope that she wouldn't kill me.
yeah. I want to find her, and I'm like,
Can you show me?
how about right here? This is something that can be overcome. This is something,
I'm gonna miss out on the first parts of my child's fucking life, okay?
His indignance and again his declarations that he has reproduced will continue ad nauseum. I do not recommend drinking every time he mentions he's procreated, but to get that memory out of your head, you might need to drink. However, I am not a life guru, I'm not a medicalologist, and if you take advice from people off of YouTube, well, don't do that. Bad idea.
I can't.
well, I don't know how to say that. I mean,
This is one of those probation things. This is one of those,
Are you high? Okay, no. Is this one of those probation things? You know, this might be the first time I would legitimately ask you, did you eat lead paint as a child? And the answer is yes.
I'm going away for a long time with things, and I'm gonna miss out all of my fucking son's life. I would rather die.
it is, this is a hard thing.
And the little voice in my head is saying, we are willing to help facilitate your shuffle off this mortal coil, sir. Allegedly in Minecraft. I'm like, be our guest, put our dining to the test. Here's our strychnine, here's our quinine, here's our, Halidol, here's our Lamictal.
It's a hard thing, but I'll tell you this, Tanner, you're gonna be okay.
No, I'm not.
Why do you think that?
I'm gonna miss out on all my son's Christmases, his birthdays, him growing up. I'm gonna miss out on everything. All because I listened to some stupid voice that isn't probably even there.
Note, friendly PSA from your local family and neighborhood Mo and Thor. If you're hearing voices in your head and they're telling you to felony, don't listen. Call someone, a professional.
A lot of people have done that. You're not alone. You're not alone in this.
But you're not saying disagreeing that I'm gonna be away for a long time. Clear this out. Okay.
I'm serious right now, right?
I think what we're trying to figure out is if there's anything that you're not telling us, you know, based on what we know. See what I'm saying? I think we're trying to help you, and then we're trying to figure out how much you're trying to help yourself.
Thanks for that. Sorry, I can go on. I was
No problem. We want you to help you, and for us to help you, helping us is beneficial, right? Our expectation with where you took us is that we're there, we got it. That hasn't been when this happened, so it leaves us curious.
I understand. But I left her there. That's where I put her. I don't know how you guys haven't seen her. Like, I did not throw her in there far, like, at all. She should be, like, almost visible.
You thinking something maybe not visible?
So I was saying we need to speak to an attorney. I don't know the implications of that.
Yeah. Well,
Also, I need to pee.
okay. I think you're trying to get your cigarettes. So as soon as they do that, we'll get you up and out of here, and you can have cigarettes. You can go bathroom. You need to go bathroom, go back.
Yeah, I kind of got through the turbo water and then I got.
Okay, hang on just a minute, let me see. I'm not from here, let me see where the bathroom is, and see. I'll be with you just a minute.
Bathroom?
Holy shit, that was quick.
So there's a process here, okay?
This is that was my dick. That was terrible.
This is more of a comfort thing, okay?
No, that's not for your schmeckle. They don't have ones tiny enough.
So what we're gonna do first, we're gonna put this one on, to turn this everything. Okay. And we're just gonna do one hand here on this side. Okay. Is that too tight?
Yeah.
Is that too tight?
No.
Okay, we're gonna go up here like this. Okay, if you got these, what we're gonna do for now is just look at the word before that. Okay, so just hold, do that. I don't know, just keep on doing. Because you got pee right now, right? Can you see how to pee? You can't exactly. Okay.
Oh, there's an ankle shot.
Yeah, that's a great thing. Yeah. You just walk around with those. Come on. You walk around. Hang on a second, actually. Evie, can you talk right here a second?
All right, so
Interesting, how's it? Now that you're aware of this conjured persona, the zero person, what is your plan to do with that at a later date?
Obviously, it's something I'm going to put into my toolbox based on my training experience. That may be something I can utilize to elicit the truth. Essentially, utilize it to gain further rapport and potentially find Athena.
And was that the case in this case?
Yes, sir, it was.
And so this video, when it ends, I notice where you're still in the interview room that you described before, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then where do you go next?
We go to my state-issued pickup, and we go back to drive the routes to see if we can jog his memory.
all right, let's pause, take a break. We'll come back in about 5 after 3, okay?
Everyone may be seated. We are ready to proceed. Mr. Stanton.
Thank you, Judge. All right, Judge Spinoza, and again, I'm trying to keep all this in order. The next location that you go to from the jail is where?
This next interview will be from the Wise County Sheriff's Office to my pickup, and then driving his route, Horner's route, in my pickup.
And so your first destination when you leave the jail in your pickup is where?
Driving the route to the bamboo location.
So let me back up and ask you a couple of questions. Was this your plan to go back and drive the route?
Yes, sir.
And then who gave you directions to get back out there to get to the location?
The defendant did.
And is this the same location you were at an hour or so before you got to the jail?
Correct, yes, sir.
So he took you to the same place that he took you before?
Yes, sir, which was County Road 4599.
All right. So out on County Road 4599, is this the same bamboo location that we talked about?
Yes, sir. That's the first location he took us initially, telling us that that's where Athena's body was. We were again directed to that location.
So he's telling you the same story as he told you before and took you to the same location?
Correct, yes, sir.
Now, during this time, you go back out to the bamboo. What do you do when you get back out to this location? And let me ask you, back up, actually, one question before that. What time was it when you got back out to the bamboo?
Can't give you an approximate time. I've been going all day. The sun was down. It was nighttime. It was sometime after dark.
The second question is this the same place that you had been before?
Yes, sir.
And then when you get there, who all is, when I say y'all, if you will, who is the y'all that gets to this location on 4599?
At that time, with me in my vehicle is myself, Tanner Horner, Investigator Oliver, and Ranger Danny Briley. At the location, we have multiple resources still there searching the area.
Okay, so let me make sure I've got the scene here. You guys have been at the jail for an hour or so, maybe more, maybe 2 hours doing this interview.
Yes, sir.
And you have resources that are out on 4599 doing search for Athena, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what kind of resources were being used out there at the bamboo?
I still had all the resources. I didn't let anybody off the hook, so to speak. I still had air ops up. I still had our special operations group out. I had multiple rangers out. I had all the Wise County Sheriff's Office, all personnel there. Game wardens were still helping us. We had still K9. We had every resource that I had initially asked for still actively looking.
So you get back out to the bamboo where Tanner Horner sent you the first time. And what are you asking Tanner Horner when you get back out there the second time?
I'm again going back through, direct me, show me where she's at. What am I missing here? We're searching this area. Are we missing something? Are we missing the drive location? Are we missing something? Okay, if we drive it back, is it going to jog your memory? Again, let's bring Athena home. We need to give family closure. We need to bring her home.
And what is his response to you asking those questions again?
He continues to give me the same answers and responses as before. She's there. That's where I put her. That's where she's at. Same lies over and over. when we do overviews, it's the same things that I know to be lies.
Now, in this particular area, what level of detail about where he put her body is he still providing you at this time?
He's still providing the same details as before.
Has anybody located any trace of her body out there at all?
No, sir.
And so with regard to that statement at that time, he's telling you again that she's out there. What do you know about that statement?
I know that's a lie.
Now, during this process, we had talked about some of your questioning of Tanner Horner. At some point, do you change tactics when you're out there at the bamboo and you're questioning Tanner Horner?
Yes, I do. At that point in my investigation and throughout the course of the interviews with Mr. Horner, I knew that I was going to have to play his game. And I knew that I was going to have to address him as zero in order to find Athena.
And let me just ask you, at some point, do you do that?
I do.
And let me ask you, when you do that, does he respond?
Yes, sir, he does.
And when you do that, is there any change in his attitude or demeanor when you do that?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
At the time when I made the decision on the side of the road, keep in mind, we've got tons of resources out there. I make the decision to do this and make another attempt at getting some truth out of him. When I tell him that know what I've been missing is that I've been talking to the wrong person, that I needed to be talking to zero. His physical demeanor changes. His head goes into a sideways motion. His eyes roll into the back of the head, and he pretends to turn into zero.
All right there in front of your eyes.
Now, this is actually something that's mirrored in a very famous case. If you are an OG true crimer, this is something that was very closely mirrored in Kenneth Bianchi, one of the Hillside Stranglers. He also claimed DID, and there's this very famous kind of interview that he was having with a psychiatrist or someone. And they basically asked to talk to, I think Bill was one of his alters. And basically, Kenneth did one of these, "Oh, hi, I'm Bill." Now, like we heard from Dr. Rachel, these are not conscious switches that you can do. Usually they're triggered by, trauma that was the trauma that sparked the kind of splitting of the nascent personalities in very early childhood. And it's often much more subtle than how it's portrayed in Hollywood. But we'll see that.
Yes, sir.
Like magic.
Yes, sir.
All you had to do was ask.
Yes, sir.
So this goes on. He has this change in body language and everything else. Where do you go from there?
At that point, I asked him to take me to Athena, and he says that he will, and we get into my pickup, and he directs me to Bolo's Crossing.
So after 2+ hours, at least or more, of him telling you a story that she was in this location with significant detail, now he's telling you, oh yeah, I know where she is now. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. It's more like a combination of 4+ hours.
And so once this goes on, you go directly to where her body is located. Is that right?
Yes, sir. He then directs me directly to her body.
And the location, what's it commonly called?
Bolo's Crossing.
And do you know the actual county road that it's on? Are you familiar with that?
Yes, sir.
And how long does it take you to get from the bamboo scene over to the Bobo Crossing location?
If I recall correctly, I was driving pretty fast to get there. I think it didn't take me long, maybe 15 minutes, maybe less.
So at this point in time, what are you hoping for at this time?
To find Athena and bring her home.
So you get there to, and I'm just going to say Bobo Crossing. Okay, does that work for you?
Yes, sir.
You get there and you get on scene. Is Tanner Horner able to tell you the various details about how he went about dumping her body there?
Yes, sir, he is.
Let me, Judge, if I may.
Yes.
Maybe I'm going to show you what I've marked. It's Exhibit 39 and 40.
couple of maps there. Do you recognize that location?
Yes, sir, I do.
And is one of those kind of a 1,000-foot view, and then one of them's a little more zoomed in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that the location you were talking about as where Tanner Horner directed you to where Athena's body was?
Yes, sir, it is. County Road 4668.
Okay. And by looking at that, are you going to be able to explain and tell the jury where he parked, where he dumped the body, and things of that nature?
Absolutely.
Judge Wiedhofer states 39 and 40.
No objection.
States 39 and 40 are admitted.
Mr. Berry's working on it. I'm going to ask you a couple more questions. This location we're talking about, Bobo Crossing, what is the closest main thoroughfare to this location?
As far as what the,
Highway, FM, what's the closest one to?
I think it's the road that goes back up north. I think that's still 51, I believe, back to the west.
Okay. We'll show you the map here. So in this particular map here, the road we see going through the middle, is that what you're referring to as the Bobo Crossing Road?
Yes, sir. It goes east and west.
Okay. And you get to that from another farm to market road, right?
Yes, sir.
And so as you get here, is this where Tanner Horner directed you to go?
Yes, sir. Correct.
And did Tanner Horner give you specific directions on turn by turn on how to get from where you were to this location?
Yes, sir. From the bamboo location to there, he gave me directions on how to get there.
Okay. And at some point, did he explain to you why he knew this was this location was here in this area?
Yes, sir. He stated that he passed it every day on his way home.
Yeah. So in this particular map here from up above, we see what is looks to be a creek or a river there going north and south. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And do you know what that creek or river is?
Yes, sir. It's a portion of the Trinity.
And so we get here. Let me show you the zoomed in version here. And I just want to make sure where we are. Same as before, just zoomed in?
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
And where did Tanner Horner tell you that he parked his truck at this location?
If you look at your first 4668 marker there, if you go up, there's a rail that goes across. You can't hardly see it too much from the picture as it depicts, but there's a guardrail that goes essentially north and south. He told me he backed his truck there, and then from there he took Athena to the edge and put her in the river.
Let me slow you down a little bit and ask you a couple of questions.
Okay.
The little dirt spot we see just on the north side of the highway, that's what you're talking about, right?
Yes, sir. Correct.
And then as we see, and if we were to walk down through there, and I think we'll see a little bit of it on the video, but as we walk down through there, you said there's some form of barrier that one would have to cross to get from the parking spot there to the actual river. Is that correct?
Correct. It's like a guardrail to keep vehicles from going further down.
Makes sense. And so at this point, did Tanner Horner say that he pulled in straight towards that guardrail or backed in, or how did he say that he parked his vehicle?
I believe the initial statement was that he backed in.
So he told you he backed in there, and then what did he tell you he did in order to retrieve Athena's body from the back of the truck? What did he do?
He told me he grabbed her and dragged her down to the creek.
And let me ask you a couple of questions. This vehicle on the back of it, does it have a door that we would open like a back of a van door? Or does it have some form of roll-up door?
On that particular truck, it's a roll-up door.
And so he told you he would have rolled up the door and removed her body from the back of the truck. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now let's talk about what he told you about how he got her specifically from that area over to where the water. I think you used the term drag. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How did he tell you that he drug her body from the back of the truck over to where the water was?
The exact statement that he made, obviously we're going to see here in a little bit, but it was in fact that he drug her body to the creek.
Okay. Now, let me ask you just a little bit here. I noticed on this, there appears to be a little clearing here on the other side of the guardrail towards the water. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And it looks to be there are a couple of trails and other things that go around that.
Yes, sir.
Where did Tanner say that he went to put her body in the water?
To the left of that flat white spot that you see there on the north side of the road, right off the river, right to the left side of that, there's a drop down into the river.
And this is what I would believe, because people would fish from there or something else. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah, you could just access it by walking down, which would make the river accessible to you for whatever recreation you were taking part in.
So the distance between where he started dragging her body on one side of that barrier, all the way down the trail, down the side, and down to the water, how far is that?
I can't give you an exact measurement, but it's got to be at least 30 yards or more.
Okay, so 100 feet or more?
Yes, sir.
And then down to the water?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this terrain that's there, is it smooth and flat like a sidewalk?
No, sir. It's rocky, rough. As you're walking in, it was muddy at that particular time. So no, it was not easily accessible, especially not at night.
And so his statement is that did he tell you if he drug her by her feet or by her arms, or how did he drag her?
I don't remember the exact statement. I'd have to reflect back to the video.
Okay. And then we get down to the water. He's now drug her down to the water, and what does he tell you that he did once he got her to the edge of the water?
He told me he dropped her right there over the edge.
Let me ask you, so you get there, you're there in your truck now.
Mm-hmm.
Ranger Briley is there with you. Investigator Oliver is there with you. Tanner Horner is there with you.
Correct.
Does he give you directions to go down where it was? Do you go with him? What is the process by which you got down to where he dumped her body?
We get to that location at Bubbles Crossing, to the guardrail portion of that location, and I pull him out of the truck, and he physically directs me down to where he put her body.
So he takes you all the way down to there?
Yes, sir.
When you get down there, tell me a little bit about the water conditions and the depth of the water when you get down there.
Obviously, that portion of the creek, the water goes approximately 1 foot and gradually increases to the middle of the creek.
And I do plan to do a puppy kitten break before we do go into the video, and then during the video and after.
So it goes from shallow to deep. The water's very murky. At that time, it was stagnant, so it was hard to see.
And let me ask you, when you got down there, Ranger Espinoza, did you find Athena?
Did.
When the world feels like a dumpster dive and humans forget how to thrive, take a break, just you and me, with a puppy and kitten, wild and free. Paws and purrs, let's drift away to a land where tails wag and play. No more noise, just gentle muse in our furry four-legged cruise.
Tell me about, was she in the water?
Yes, sir.
How deep was the water that she was in?
I'd say approximately 3 feet where she was at.
Were you able to see her clearly walking up on him?
I wasn't initially, so when I first walked up to the edge of the creek, he told me she's right there. That's where I put her. And based on the water visibility, it was dark. I had a flashlight. I angled the flashlight at different angles, and I was able to see her nude body buoyant beneath the water.
Now, when you see that, did you see the entirety of her body or just parts of it?
Partially.
And how were you, what did you have to do to be able to see? What was the manner of means you were able to have?
I had to adjust my flashlight in a certain way where I could see, but it was very clear she was there once I did that.
Right where you finally told you she was?
Yes, sir.
Now, in the water, what is her position in the water, if you remember?
Based on my location, I could see that she was obviously buoyant beneath the water, and it appeared that she was face down with her arms at her side.
Time out.
You gotta love a judge that has batteries right in his daggone drawer pocket, drawer for the microphone. And I like that. I think they were giving the ranger a bit of a moment to compose himself. He has done yeoman's work having to, get into the mind of this monster, however limitedly, to get this little girl home. Like I said, I have been thoroughly impressed with this judge, and I continue to be impressed. And I'm impressed with this witness. That's the fastest bailiff in the West.
I'm glad it's not just me.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead, Judge. Thank you, Judge. So now you've located her in the water, you know, used your flashlight, you spotted her. You said that her body had no clothes.
No, sir.
Let's talk just a little bit of that, take a short detour here. At some point during this, you had told me before in your testimony today, you had a conversation with Tanner Horner about her clothes and whether or not she had clothes on. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And at some point, did he tell you that she had her clothes on?
Yes, sir.
Is that true?
No, sir.
Now, at some point after this, after you located her body and after you've done what we'll talk about in just a second, you had another conversation with him about her clothes.
Yes, sir.
And what does Tanner Horner tell you he did with those clothes?
He eventually ends up telling me he kept her clothes, and she was in fact nude.
Now, about how long is this video from when you leave until you've now found her body?
I would say maybe 45 minutes.
And once you find her body, what do you do in response to locating her body?
There's obviously everybody following me because they're wondering where the heck I'm going. So I'm able to maintain everybody up top and immediately maintain the scene integrity, which was everybody get the heck out of here, shut it down, hold it, let's secure the scene, and let's get crime scene here to process the scene.
So at that point, you secured the scene.
Now, if you do need emotional support snack, suggestion, these Biscoff cookies, they're terrible for you. But if you get the right kind, they have Biscoff cream inside them. So you are essentially getting double the diabetes in one cookie. So you're getting the yummy cookie cream and 2 cookies. Now, this is a family pack or a Mo pack. I mean, But if you need emotional support snack ideas, that is what I'm currently snacking on today.
And so your role as far as the scene is concerned, you're done. You're going to bring CSI in and whoever else is to handle that part.
Correct. Yeah, it's part of some of the resources I already had on standby, which was the Texas Rangers crime scene team, Wise County crime scene, and FBI ERT, which is their crime scene team.
And I guess what I'm saying is, for questions with regard to CSI actual recovery of Athena's body, those are those people.
I can't take the closed caption off or make it optional.
We would be talking to, is that right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
So you've got the scene secure. You still have Mr. Horner with you. What do you do next?
I load him back up in the truck, and I take him back to the Wise County Sheriff's Office, continuing to get, some more details, some more facts.
Yes, sir.
Let me show you State's Exhibit 37. Similar to before, have you reviewed that?
I have.
And how do we know that you've reviewed that?
It's got my initials on it.
And what is that?
It's going to be essentially what we deemed body recovery or the field interview.
And that would be from the jail as we start leaving, all the way until we locate her body.
Correct. Yes, sir.
And it is the actual location of her body contained on this video to some extent.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I don't know how clear it is based on the fact that it's on a body camera, but you'll be able to kind of see what I just walked you guys through.
Judge, Dr. States 37.
Any objections, any additional objections other than those previously brought to my attention?
No further objections, Your Honor.
Those objections previously brought remain overruled, and the State's Exhibit 37 is admitted.
I am not sure, Dale.
A bit.
I guess.
Sorry. No, thank you.
You have to get out and do it. Was it on a road? It's another truck. I mean, is these fabric or they vinyl?
I was making them for a little bit, but then I got sick with COVID like 2 weeks ago. And I switched back to smoking because I didn't need all the fluid on my lungs, because a friend of mine had like serious lung issues, they get like sick.
Yeah.
That kind of stuck with me, so
Well, they said there's more chemicals in vape stuff than nicotine. I mean, there's like nicotine, but they say it's like double what's in vape or vapes.
Well, with the vape's really all it is nitroglycerin, some nicotine, and click.
It smells good sometimes.
Like the juice I make one is the maple syrup flavored.
Ah.
It makes me great pancakes.
Smells so it makes me crave pancakes and waffles. Man, if I can get a waffle, that's hard.
Well, I come to the city a lot, and Waffle House is always good.
The chocolate chip pancake waffles, they don't know what to do with chocolate chips. So I used to get like a
Damn it, now I want a waffle. Of all of the things they could talk about, and now I really want a Belgian waffle. Doggone it, you piece of turd.
grilled chicken sandwich and a chocolate chip pancake waffle. That was good stuff right there.
See, I get the chocolate chip pancake waffle, but I also get an omelet and like 2 sides of hash browns.
I knew
Cheesy hash browns, previously.
Oh, cheese and with onions. And sometimes cabbage. Little monkey.
I can only have the onions if they're caramelized, otherwise I'm like,
Too much freshness for Archie. I got you.
kind of also expensive.
I didn't used to eat onions until I got about 30 years old. And I started realizing I like to taste onions, especially purple onions.
Surprisingly though, they're actually not called purple onions, it's called red onions. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, I know.
It's definitely,
I still call them all what I see. I'm just that way. Yeah, talking about Waffle House making me hungry. I'm a big boy.
okay.
Somebody's talking about a patty melt.
Y'all both are making me hungry. Daggone. I swear to we don't have an IHOP around here, but look, y'all, I need a waffle like I need. I am surrounded by snack foods. Need is a strong word, but could y'all stop talking about food?
Early, I'm like, yeah, Whataburger patty melt. I was like, what? Whataburger patty melt, some fries, and that strawberry shake. Oh,
Have you tried Dr. Pepper shake?
not too much of a fan, honestly. I like Dr. Pepper. Yeah.
See, I don't like regular Dr. Pepper, but I will drink the Dr. Pepper shake.
I mean, I like Dr. Pepper, but their shake doesn't seem quite like me for some reason. So, I don't know if it's just me or what. Oh, man.
I'll be right back. Apparently, Dingus is dying to death. He would like to go out. He has to patrol the house. So I must let him out of the room. And Thor has his seat on the chair, so he is jealous and whining.
I'm just thanking the Lord it's not 30 degrees right now. It's crazy though. Goes from 28 degrees to.
My conversations with God right now are a little bit different.
I do understand. This is not a great situation. I appreciate you being honest with us. So,
What happens if I get an attorney money?
you get an attorney right now? I mean, that's your choice, your legal right. But you're still gonna go through the process of going to jail, so then do all that. So, I'd like to be honest with this and finish this out. I mean,
I've told you guys pretty much everything at this point.
I know you have.
I was gonna grab the cigarettes and like light up another
This didn't have fun. You sure did. That dirty dog. I'm sorry. That dirty dog. He's not there here. Oh, you good. We got trustees that, you can toss it down and swap it out. Because we got trustees that come out here and clean up, and they'll find it and they'll take care of it. Because
So it doesn't feel
I understand, so.
You know, last time I was in handcuffs was like 4 years ago. First suicide, that was
What'd you do to commit suicide?
trying to handle myself.
What happened?
I didn't tie a knot, I just kind of tied it around my neck and then.
Did you hang it from a door?
The door opened a little bit after I went unconscious and.
Okay, yeah, I've actually seen that.
Yeah, I woke up with a big old fucking knot on my head when I hit the floor.
Sure, big headache too.
I had like a case of headache. I was like halfway convinced I had a tumor in my brain.
I mean, people happen sometimes, man. You get it checked out?
No, I'm the kind of person where I don't go to the hospital until the very last second, which, you know, that's probably the best thing in the world. Like, I have, like, random heart palpitations and stuff because I drink a lot of energy drinks. Like, I even had a mild heart attack, like, a year ago. That's...
Wait, you're legitimately telling me that Monster energy drinks almost took out a monster? Hell, I usually don't buy Monster energy drinks. I think they taste like poo, but I might buy a Monster just for that. I can't wait till we meet Zero again. This man is annoying. I'm glad to hear his surgery went well, and I hope he can get some rest.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know what happened to him. Yeah, he was those too. Did you take him? Good. You have a cigarette? I think I put him on shirt. Here you go. Hey Joe, take your shirt out. Do you want my camera mount? Sure. Oh, never mind, I'm not my truck team. I'm sorry. If I have my truck, I can give it to you. Yeah. 5-star review, remember that. 5-star review.
I had 60, if I could be about 6 stars.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
Free.
How was my driving?
Not as bad as the cops report.
Come on in. I shot in that. I got you. I got you.
Somewhere. Nice try. It's all right. I can just point it at me. All right. I gotta get this done. Thank you. Can you let the guys that are out there looking, let them know we're coming back up?
Yep. I'll let them know. Or I'll let target.
Oliver, did you do the same? Because I think the O1 was going to ask you.
I don't know what they did, but the audio is a lot clearer this time, so I don't know if that's because they've charged it or what have you, but it is nice that, you know, it's still muffled, but it's a lot nicer than the first body cam video.
Yes, I'm not gonna be able to make it into work on Sunday.
That makes you work Sundays?
Yeah. Right now, we're going through peak season, which, to be honest, it's kind of a pain in the butt.
Late hours, after work.
No, I don't think they're gonna make you work the holiday overtime, dingus.
Oh, here you go. Oh. I was gonna roll that up for you. Oh, I was rolling it up for him. I don't mind the cold. Oh, yeah. Is it cold out there? Yeah, it's a little bit.
I believe the interview that they're talking about, after they find Athena, there's an interview so he goes into the next day, so we'll finish up day 2, but then, this particular Texas Ranger will still be on the stand because to add insult to injury, this man will ask to do a post, kind of they found the body interview in which he will try to negotiate further details of his crime in exchange for a bit of a request. Hold on to your butts, y'all, because your eyes will roll so hard that you will have to put your hands over your face to keep them in.
Cassie is waiting on my call and pick me up from work.
Yeah, what's the latest you usually call?
About an hour ago.
Well, let's get this kind of thing behind us and then we'll go from there, okay?
Welcome back, Thor.
Don't worry, appreciate a good driver.
Yeah, I think I'm still employed with him.
So is that money?
Yeah, I just didn't like the whole being a 1099 thing.
Oh, I would have known that.
Yeah.
I thought it was big enough for that.
I can think right. Years, they're still doing the whole 1099 thing, which I think is ridiculous.
Yeah, this guy's takes on finances.
Really where we're at. It's not up on 51, so.
Not really, I don't know anything.
So this is right south of Decatur. You come in on 51, you're right south of Decatur. I'll take 51 into your house?
Not really.
No?
I mean, if I'm picking up starts off with another person, sometimes I'll take 51. Normally I just cross over 51.
The thing about 51 too is it's very busy. So what are you driving for at? Just drove for work?
Yeah, I tried to stay out of Dallas, but I know it's better money, so sometimes I look at Dallas.
Keep me honest, Oliver, on is it 2351?
Sorry, what?
Which road are we going to?
We're gonna turn on the 114. We're on that cruise on that night.
Yeah, we're going to be crossing out where he showed us the bamboo.
Yeah. So we'll just turn on the 114 and we're all going again. And then we're on the right.
What's it? Kind of recognize where we're at now, Dana? Hey, you think you can pull up your maps? No, never mind. No, that's. I was just trying to pull them in. It's all right. It's all right. Yeah, no, good. I just wanted to kind of give them a visual as what we're doing. Just another secret too. Get out here. Roll the windows down. Let you smoke. Does that sound good? Yes, sir. So if you see something familiar, you recognize something. I'm trying to jog your memory here, okay? It was dark. You were worked up, so. Yes, sir. Sorry. Yes, sir. You think the darkness can confuse you a little bit? That's why I have everything all done. Like I said, I'm not before I literally stop and be there sometimes.
Why would he bring in the bamboo?
Traffic's pretty backed up. Actually, about the right time. Right, you're gonna try to slay it, thanks. Good job on that. 14's good morning. So this is about the time, right? You're saying this is about the time you are out here?
The fact that he was so easily able to navigate the creek side at nighttime makes me wonder if he had scoped this area out or this particular river as a possible dumping ground prior to this. Because, especially with Texas Ranger Espinoza saying how kind of difficult it was to get down there with it being muddy and dark, and Tanner saying this is around the time he did it. I wonder if he had already pre-planned a lot of this.
Oh, you're texting the trash. Well, I'm actually looking and driving, but it's just as bad as. Sorry, I can do that. I appreciate that too. What was it I did? No, I was close. He does give me a hard time. Everybody gives me a hard time though. Okay, so I think pretty close to 14. Obviously, is this jog your memory at all? crossing the bridge, approaching 114, we're gonna take a left on 114. Right here, but we're less than a mile and a half from it. It just, you run across this railroad crossing. And then it's 114. There's a couple bridges here. Really? This one, we just got that back road right there, but, yeah. Is this Chucky, my radar? This is 114 right here. I just want to keep you aware of your surroundings, that way if you get you up. I think I've delivered here a couple times. Is 51 that way? 50, oh yeah, 51's this way. No. Yeah, oh, yeah, I'm sorry. We go around and it turns into 51 south, go around that little bridge. So 51 south and 114. Is that what you meant? Yeah. I didn't even know that like 51 went past the bridge. Okay, so we're 114. That's what they do. Okay. Do I need to turn off the TV? I need to go 51 to them. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to cross track. I mean, have to take 51. There's also a turn in. Oh yeah, off 114. But we're going to retrace your steps. So we're going to cut off 51 and go that way. Okay.
Yeah, they're retracing their steps, moron.
What happens when I get an interview?
Sir?
What happens when I get an interview? I don't know the legal system.
Yeah, like I told you earlier, I can't really give you legal advice. Obviously, you know, it's just the same thing as what I explained to your rights earlier. Just that's basically the rights you have afforded to you. Okay, we are like this, right at a mile from that road. Is there anything, John, you remember?
This part of the road.
Okay, yeah, okay. But you usually do that on a regular basis, right? Yeah. So this is recrossed.
Yes, sir. Actually, at the time, there was someone being pulled over. I think they're getting DOT inspection. And they were pulled over right there.
Okay. Now we're on the road. Thank you. Okay, so now we're on the road. And we are I'm going to slow down a little bit just in case something comes back to you, okay? So are you going normal speed, I guess, and anything out of the door, or you, I guess that truck has monitors and stuff in it that keeps your speed regulated, right?
I mean, I don't know. I think if you go over speed limits, it like might ding something, but we never get to know anything about it.
Okay, so now we're approaching here, right? Okay. Anything?
I All right, there.
Remember this intersection, obviously, you gotta make a stop.
A couple times I've run this not go to it or heading the other way because it's kind of a little bit hidden. And it's at a weird spot.
Okay.
They are trying to be
Remember
so
this
patient with him.
house right here?
The one being built. I've actually been watching that one being built for a while.
Okay.
Oh.
Sounds like Cassie's dog.
Okay, you still good with it? Okay, and you remember this house right here?
Yeah. I stopped right past the bamboo so people in the house couldn't see.
Okay, so we're here now, right?
Yeah.
All right, we're dropping here. And then we get to this spot right here. Do you stop before the bamboo or after the
A little
bamboo?
bit after the bamboo.
Okay, so tell me where you stop before I stop.
Forward more.
I was wondering about that, Gail, because we know from the state's opening statement that they were able to get DNA off of Athena and her body, which does equal one of the charges and aggravating factors of this crime. And part of the reason that it has been accelerated, you know, to a capital case. So I am shocked that they were able to get any DNA evidence of any sort. And he thought he thought that the water would take care of everything. And unfortunately, but fortunately, they were able to use science to make sure he will be punished for every crime that he committed against this little girl.
We're gonna rewalk your steps, okay?
That's further.
Further.
Yeah. I did a judging based on
Okay.
how I can see the house. A little bit more up.
Okay.
And there.
Right here? Yeah. Okay. Yes.
So you don't have to hug me.
One of those? Okay. Let's walk your steps first, okay? Okay, can you kind of reenact that?
I was looking forward, looking back to the rear.
Okay, and you think she was pretty close?
Yeah.
Like pretty close to the,
Yes, sir.
okay. Walk in about how close you think she was. About right there? That close to the road? Okay. Okay. Are you sure it wasn't this side or?
Yes, sir.
You're 100% positive.
Yes, sir.
Alright, let's put some light on it now. And I know it's kind of dark. Now shine it that way. Okay, and now shine it back. And you think it was right there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can do it. Okay, show us.
About right here.
when you cross it. Okay.
You remember that hard tree being there, that bigger tree in the middle of that?
Sound like I can put it? Is he in this spot?
This one?
That's where I was. I'm just saying the spot in general. I can move my arms over there. Just turn around this.
So about this,
Yes, sir.
it's this spot.
Because this is where I heard.
I understand.
I parked just enough to where I'm not going to get it.
Okay, let's go back over to the truck, smoke a cigarette real quick. Back up. There you go. Is there any way you could be confused?
No, sir.
No. If we go to your house and look or anything like that, is that gonna change anything?
No, sir. My fiance lives with me.
Okay, so
There's no way.
you wouldn't take her back?
Was this any of Sherry or something like that?
Yeah. Okay.
Why don't you come over there? Like 3 or 4 cars.
I believe we are getting to the point where they're going to get back into the truck, and the state trooper is going, or the Texas Ranger is going to kind of confront him and ask him, okay, let me talk to the other guy. We need to find her.
Like in a row. And I think that would be much more obvious versus on over like this.
Gotcha. So that's kind of dead end down there?
Like people are gonna remember a FedEx truck parked on a private road.
I gotcha.
Something like this, people are just think, oh, they're just trying to get their next package home.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes complete sense.
I'm smarter than a lot of people do. A lot of people don't know.
Some people are pretty judgmental, man. So. Am I right? I just want to go over one time. Too expensive, though.
No worries.
Imagine fuel alone is pricey.
Oh, I've heard about fuel costs of the same fuel for a little while. What it's saying.
Yeah, we know that diesel.
Well, yeah, this economy's kind of going crazy right now. Doesn't have to be, but.
Just try not to blame whoever's in office, but it's hard not to.
Well, they sent $91 billion overseas. It's kind of hard not to blame them. And they can't track 20 billion of it. Ooh, you didn't know that? They've been trying to track it all. They lost track of 20 billion. They don't know where 20 billion went.
$20 billion.
American dollars. Mind your money. 20 billion of it. Yeah. And when that's about, they're like,
That's good.
yeah, pretty much. Nah. No.
Now, who made the money?
Who made money? We don't know.
Debbie, this is, I think, possibly another Texas Ranger. They are just letting him have a smoke break, trying to keep him talking. They're pretty sure that Athena is not in the bamboo, forest grove thing, but they're trying to get him to tell them where she actually is.
I mean, it's just printed, but I mean, when you send $21 billion over there for aid, we don't know where it went to. So it went to somebody's pocket.
We have homeless people in our whole freaking country. Why do we have to help other people?
100% with you. 100% with you. We even help our homeless veterans, our homeless people, take care of them, feed our starving, our hungry children. But I'm just about out, so I don't know. I'll be honest with you, man. It doesn't look like she's here. Do you
just worried.
Do you think she was actually dead?
I didn't check. I just kind of assumed because she defecated on herself.
Yeah. You pick with like arms or by clothes, but which one? I mean, arms or by clothes? Okay. Oh man, when I went in there, I stabbed in my eye. My eye's irritated now. Yeah, a little piece of bamboo leaf. I think I'm working bamboo. And there's no chance you could have gone a little further or back, not 35, 49.
So originally the plan was I was gonna go with that private road, and over by that.
And that's, I understand. Because our main goal is to get her, get her name on, close it out. Yeah.
I mean, I think it might be possible somebody picks her up at the same time, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Wait, you kidnapped her and then someone double kidnapped her? It was kidnapping inception?
That's random, pick random person picks her up. It's gonna be, why they come forward and stuff like that. I'm a hero, I found her, stuff like that, you know what I mean?
Unless they were not right.
Yeah, that shit.
Wait, so you left Athena and she got okay.
Like, I noticed there was quite a bit of cuteness happening.
Quite a bit.
So I'm just sitting here racking my brain and thinking, it's like, Tanner being honest with me, completely cooperating with me. He's been upfront and honest, and it just clicked to me. Is it Zero that's fucking with me? That's not wanting to tell me where she's at? Zero, tell me where she's at. Where? All the creek, which creek? Can you take it to us yet? Take it to me. Tanner, trust me, why can't you trust me? I'm doing it. Let's take her home. Snark. You want to get drunk? Woman. Here.
One more hand until I get this up. Right outside of there.
Okay.
I did a little bit of just the entire time.
I apologize, Zero. I wasn't aware you were willing to talk to me.
I'm not gonna let Tanner help her with that.
Could you get out there and tell them, please?
Hey, come on, let's have a quick. Read out, read out.
So do I just go this way? This way? Left, yes. Right away.
I believe they did put on the lights so that they were trying to get there pretty fast. I know that the Texas Ranger Espinosa said that he got there in about 15 minutes, and I do think that it's a bit of a longer drive to get there normally. So I think they wanted to get there as quickly as possible when they were getting straight answers from Tanner. Grundle Bundy's, not too much. I mean, the interviews have been infuriating, mainly because Tanner, this monster, seems to only worry about himself. He continues to bring up that he is a parent and that he would never do anything wrong, and he wasted a lot of time. So while that was infuriating, we're just now getting to the heartbreaking part where he has finally Zero, his alter ego that he made up, has finally confessed to where little Athena actually was. We are coming up to the part where they are going to find her body. The court has been incredibly diligent about, not showing things, but I will be doing a puppy kitten break. I don't believe that we are going to see anything, but it is definitely going to be you'll be able to tell by the faces, and while the state trooper is or not s the Texas Ranger is doing a wonderful job on the stand, obviously, this has been incredibly hard for him, so we will be taking a puppy kitten break or perhaps a moxie break, after or during this part of the video when we need it.
Right, like, you're gonna take a ride.
Do I like? You want to go slower to get closer?
Close.
Want to slow down?
Yes. See where all those stars are? Take a left.
Left.
No, slow.
Good.
There we go.
Where?
Where those trucks are?
Those trucks are at?
Yes.
Where did you park?
Right here.
Where'd you put it?
I'll show you.
Did you put her in the water?
In the water? Zero. How far in there? Toss her in, got back in the truck, started driving off. No, let's get it back in.
What you think?
He's not realizing it.
Zero when you threw her in, are you down there? Were you closer to the?
Hold on.
Yeah? Were you this far down? You said over.
Right there.
You tossed her in right there? Did she sink? Did she sink? Did you tie something to her?
Go there. Right there. Right there.
Oh, yeah.
She's there.
There she is.
Okay. Let's go.
Thank you, Zero.
I believe 67 pounds. I'll have to go back and watch the opening statement because the state does put out how much she weighs in relation to Tanner, who I believe weighed 270 to 250 pounds. So I do remember that they gave her exact weight, but I believe it was about 67 pounds. And we are taking a Moxie break. Do be kind to yourself. We are going to come back to Texas Ranger Espinoza, and he is probably going to look wrecked. If you need to take a break longer than the Moxie break, you guys know you. Just, take a break. I would much rather you be okay than get a view or stay in a stream that is, going to bother you. So be your own protector of your mental health. If you have to step away, if, this isn't a case that you can watch with me, be your own best advocate for your mental health. I can't know what's going to really make you upset or not. So do be mindful of that. And I never want you to stay in a stream that's going to bother you. But let's take a bit of a Moxie break and then get your snacks, get your drinks, take a restroom break, and then we will come back.
I take it down. Woo! Yeah. Oh yeah. I take it down minute and a yeah. When the dark gets long and the tea is hot, and the emotions filed are quite a lot. When the state says boom and defense says pass, that's when I call my mini ass so classy and sass. Woo! Oh, Moxie, the emotional support mini donkey, tiny but mighty, a courtroom honky tonky. If the trial goes sideways, she don't panic or balk, just a soft little hee-haw and a judgmental walk. Clip clop, trying through the mess. Ears perked, high, and unutterable distress. When the facts get wild and the lawyers get snarky, I lean on my emotional support. If a witness says I can't recall, she side-eyes gently from the stall. If the sidebar lasts all afternoon, she hums a brave and slightly off tune. She's pocket-sized but bold of heart, a fluffy illegal work of art. From board down woes to verdict day, she snacks on hay and leads the way. Oh, Moxie, queen of the pasture class, small but ruling the law to grasp. When the timeline spirals and takes get funky, there's peace in a steadfast mini donkey. The clip-clop courage, fluffy and spunky, all
Yes, I legitimately did all of that to try to sell Mr. Mo on getting me a emotional support mini donkey so I could always tell people it's my emotional support ass. But we have found Athena, and as heartbreaking as this is, she got to go home to her family, and her family got to say goodbye to her. And Officer Espinoza got her home. I'll just do shorts, and I'll put the links on the top.
I want to be on it.
Sit there for a second.
That's awesome. Great. Proud of you.
Zero, thank you for getting here. But I've got questions, Zero. Hold on. What happened? Am I talking to Tanner now? Now?
Now? Yes, I did it. Where am I? Auntie M. Uncle Ben. You were all there. I had this crazy dream. There was a yellow brick road. Are you kidding me? I've seen better acting in Fast Acting to Nacton. And I know that's a joke I stole from something else, but holy God, are you kidding me? What? What? Where am I? No, I am Tanner, not Zero. Telenovelas have better acting and plots.
What's... I need Zero. I need to ask Zero one more question. Zero, can you come out? Zero, I need you. Talk to me. I know Tanner didn't sexually assault this girl. I know Tanner didn't hurt this girl, but I know you did. Did you sexually assault this little girl? No. Did you kill this little girl, Zero? I wouldn't do it. Thank you for bringing me to her. Thank you for letting me get her home. I'm gonna have to back up. I would actually use that problem.
I love that he's Kubrick looking at us now, that he's Zero.
How do you feel? you want to hurt Tanner?
Because he's a coward.
I'm from Canada. This has been a coward.
Bitch boy.
Is that what you back up? Is that what you call him?
He's kind of a bitch.
What, you say that? You go. We've got that road stop for you. Zero, what do you call Tanner a bitch boy?
Because he made me come out. He made me tell him, "Do not leave me alone." He's mad at me.
You did the right thing. We needed to get her home. That's the only way to do it. We needed to get her home. If something happened to somebody you cared for, wouldn't you want them to come home? Zero, how long have you been with Tanner?
About 6 months.
Where'd you come from?
I don't know.
What made you come to Tanner?
It's vulnerable.
Where did you find it?
What do you mean we're gonna find one?
Where'd you find him? What was the location you found him at? Did you just find him at home? Did you find him when he was in a dark place? Did you find him did he come to you?
I found him when he started taking his medicine.
That's when he first came out?
He wanted to die. I wanted him to die. He seems to be more in control most of the time. Why do you want to talk to me?
Zero, you've been more helpful than Tanner right now. Tanner was really honest, but you helped me, so I want to know why you took advantage of Tanner. Tanner was honest, and he was really helpful, but you wouldn't let Tanner tell me what she was at. I had to talk to you to get the truth.
Tanner didn't know. Last thing I can remember was in there in the bamboo.
Did you go back to the bamboo again? You didn't go back to the bamboo and get her and then bring her here?
Immediately after she was put in the bamboo.
Immediately? So
Tanner didn't handle this reality. So I took over.
what was his reality?
The fact that he let a child die.
Yes, Jen the Couch Fairy. Meet Tanner and Zero. Tanner and Zero. Zero's the bad guy. Now, Zero came to Tanner about 6 months ago, allegedly, because Tanner was the big sad. And he came out exactly when Texas Ranger Espinoza said, "Hey, can I talk to Zero, please?" Yes. Yes, and then after the body was found, as soon as he got in the truck, "What? Where am I? What's going on? I'm Tanner." Yeah, it is that dumb, but it will get stupider.
So is Tanner telling us the truth on how everything happened?
His truth.
What's your truth on it? What's your take on how did it happen?
I tried to get her, that little girl. She was gonna put us away for a long time.
Sorry,
That's vehicular assault.
sorry,
And if it's on accident. So I took the initiative to make her go.
And where you put her?
Pretty much. Other than he didn't want to tell you about me.
Why?
Because he's clearly in that case.
So, was that your attempt at getting me to talk to you when you were on the porch? Because obviously that wasn't Tanner. Or was that Tanner warning me about you?
That was his warning.
Is there anything that Tanner left out that I need to know? You think I need to know? Because obviously
Tanner left out.
Is there anything you left out?
That's what you wanted to know anything else from me.
Yeah, what did you leave out?
I tried to set it up like someone else did it.
How did you do that?
Came up with a timeline story.
Is that what the story about the green van and the Hispanic male came from?
Yeah.
Is that what you told those agents?
I talked to them. He was too scared.
The guy was too scared to talk to you, to talk to Zero?
Tanner was too scared.
Zero. Is there anything else I need to know? Did you do anything else to that little girl? Was that your biggest fear, that Tanner would get you all put away? What was he saying to you? Did you immediately, as soon as y'all hit her, did you come out and take over? Or in fear that maybe Tanner would get y'all put away? Or did it take some time?
Tanner was worried about the little shit. What about the little girl?
Why did you want to help her? Do you want to help anybody?
No. Other than myself.
The first honest thing.
Have you ever been anywhere else, Zero? Have you ever done this before?
No.
Is this your first time?
Of course.
Tex says, I have some suggestions.
They're our skin, they steal our grace. These monsters wear a human face. No gavel, no badge, no throne, no crown can stop lordship from burning them down. Justice ain't fast, justice ain't clean. It's a long, sharp road through the in-between. So raise your fists and light your flames. Trippy's coming and he don't play games.
This man is a boil on the taint of humanity, and he must be lanced. Mo for president. Human boils lanced.
Well, let me help you sometime. I'm not too bad. Right now, he just doesn't want to deal with anything. I'm distracted as Sunny, talking in his ear.
Yes. Have you ever made Tanner do this before? This time?
There's never been a situation that called this.
So, if y'all hadn't hit her with a truck, you would have never done this. If Tanner hadn't ever hit her with a truck.
Tanner would have been there with the truck and none of this would have happened. Right now, we'd be getting ready to go out to the bar and celebrate our brand new coffee.
Do you go to the bar often?
On occasion. Tanner and Cassie like karaoke.
Have you ever tried to hurt Cassie for any reason?
No,
Does Cassie know about Zero?
she does.
How does she know about Zero?
We've talked.
What does Cassie say to you? What do you think of her?
No, I like her.
She nice to you?
Yeah. To be nice, she likes it better when I fuck her versus when Tanner does.
How do you know why is that?
This is such I believe his son was very young child, perhaps first or second Christmas, so a year, maybe less. Uh, I don't believe he has any other children. I was shocked that he had one child, but yeah, there's something so off about his trying to play the tough guy and trying to act somewhat vulgar, especially with his very high pitched for a male, he has a very high pitched voice. So he sounds somewhat more sinister, but yeah, this is so dumb.
She likes it rough. But no, Tanner has to take over.
Time has to take over when.
All the fucking time.
How long does Tanner stay away? How long do you keep him away? You know, does it come and go, or do you take over for long periods of time?
The longer I've been here, the longer I'm able to keep in control. I've even found ways to block Tanner out.
How do you do that?
I'm in a ghost.
How long does he stay asleep?
Online with the two.
How do you make him go to sleep?
Just thinking.
So, when you killed that little girl, was Tanner trying to stop you? Was he trying to come out, or did you put him to sleep?
He was trying to come out of the sleeping rooms with him.
What did you tell him?
I didn't do anything that tried to stop me, and he would be dead.
What was his response to that?
He didn't know that would be better to sleep.
Oliver, DB, you have any questions for Zero?
I have a feeling we just had an office and not dinner.
Dave?
Better environment.
Zero said you only been here 6 months. 8 months. In those 8 months, how have you made Tanner's life better?
If you think that's my goal, you're certainly mistaken.
It's your goal to prove Tanner's life.
But at the same time, I'm going to keep on top of that.
Is that your sole reason for coming in to Tanner?
He doesn't have a way to kill. All those brothers parents we drugged up puppies. Not being able to deal with anything. Like, he needed me, the last he would have anybody to cover him.
time that Tanner's life where he was having trouble coping with everything?
He was trying to kill himself. He played it for 2 months. And then he ran. 2 more months, he was planning. The young bastard has to go right out. He admitted it.
Why did you do this to her?
Well, I can't have any fire from the jail.
Say what?
You can't have fun if you're in jail.
I can't have fire from the jail.
What's your idea of fun? So you're saying that's why you did
Liberty Fire. I'm a very big fan of the white team.
cocaine or meth? Is Tanner or just you?
No, Tanner just likes me. But in all that, more fun that way, he just wants to relax.
Why did this happen? Why did this happen to her?
Because Tanner died.
So Tanner went in there with that truck, this would never happen.
Quite.
Not her, not someone else.
Because he had the truck.
So you never intended to hurt anyone unless it was going to potentially cost you your freedom. You would never just randomly hurt somebody.
Tanner doesn't want to.
So Tanner keeps you suppressed from hurting anybody. But if when you hurt her, that kept you from partying, that kept you from your cocaine, that kept you from doing what Zero likes to do. So you knew if you didn't take control, that Tanner would get you put in jail. Is that right?
Right.
But you knew if you didn't take complete control and take care of business, Tanner wouldn't. Because he's like, what?
So if you're having a hard time understanding, Zero is basically complaining that Tanner wouldn't let him do the Colombian nose powder as much as he'd like, and basically blaming Tanner for running into Athena and forcing Zero to come out. Yes, Slidey Pie, you missed his alter ego Zero coming out, writing on a whiteboard, confessing where the body was finally. So now we are talking to Zero, and Zero basically wanted Tanner to get in trouble.
And Zero is who? What is he?
Want to get stuff done.
What's your main goal, Zero? Is it just to party and live and slowly push Tanner out?
I wouldn't be able to push Tanner out even if I wanted to.
Why's that? Is it hard for somebody out in the bed around the home? Just next to the right there.
It is. I find it to be completely impossible to get rid of it completely.
Yeah. But this is the first time you've been in anybody?
What do you mean?
You've never taken on somebody else, you've never been with any other person? Only Tanner?
Well, I was gone for several years.
Why?
This isn't the first time.
I've been around Tanner. When were you around Tanner before? Not when he was 12 or 13. Did you do anything when he was 12 or 13? Did you hurt anybody then? Only Tanner. Gotcha. You know, look at my heart. You'll know. So this is the first and only time Zero's hurt anybody. Other than Tanner. What did you do to him? How did you hurt him? I know, as you say, look at your arm, but
And we do have Rumble going, so if there are things that you need to type, don't need to type, we do have Rumble.
what'd you do? What are you talking about? Took a box cutter. Slashed. As hard as I could. On where? His wrist? Yeah. You better kill him. That was the goal. But then what happens when he dies? You won't be able to party to do the things Zero likes to do. Self-destruction isn't me or anything.
Did you read that in a fortune cookie?
Zero, how did you choose that spot? What do you mean? Why that spot? What spot? The spot where you took her body. Because I knew Taylor would tell. Eventually. So that was the spot where she might not be found. Did you wrap anything around her? Did you do anything to weigh her down? Like what? What? Anything? Rocks? Anything tied to her or anything like that? No.
Did you turn your phone off, Zero?
Yes. When did you turn your phone off? When I took over. What did you do that for? So nobody would know.
Were you afraid we was going to track on your phone? Did you say so nobody would know? Where'd you get that idea from? All the crime shows and stuff, I'm sure? You saying yes?
Rangers coming back in. That's knows what the Rangers coming back in. Yes.
Sergeant Oliver, investigator Oliver, we're going to the sheriff's court. No, just open the gate.
Zero, do you smoke? Yes. Let's get you another smoke. Get that?
Wait, Zero does Colombian nose clams, but doesn't smoke?
You was deciding, take the point.
Yeah, we can. There's some left and then there's one after this.
Okay. Do y'all want to stop for today and start up in the morning?
I'm fine with that, Your Honor, if you are.
Is that agreeable with the defense?
Yes, Your Honor, I refer to the court.
Okay, we're gonna stop for today.
All right. And then we are going to go into day 3. Now we're still going to be with Texas Ranger Espinoza, because unfortunately we still have to listen to more of this dingleberry.
We now detain Tanner Horner and questioning him. That's the first video, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now we have the jail interview video we watched yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir.
And now we have the last portion of the recovery of Athena's body video. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, just to make sure, when we get done with that whole portion of it, do y'all go back to the jail and have further discussions at the jail?
Yes, sir. At that point, after we leave the field, we come back to the Los County Sheriff's Office and we conduct a short interview at the Sheriff's Office interview.
All right. And so the
And let me get that up. I realized I had been doing it at nearly 2 times. So, so I got it back to 1.25. So here we are.
on this video, the second time that y'all went out there to the scene when it was dark, and Mr. Horner was walking you around the bamboo and telling you where he had put, or where he had supposedly put her body, what did we hear up above going at that time?
That was DPS aircraft, a helicopter that I had initially requested. My instructions to them were to fly until fuel was low, refill, and keep flying until we found Athena.
And so, going back to the end of this video before we started up again, by this point, how long have you been playing along with this Zero charade?
Objection, Your Honor, to that characterization.
Say, refresh your question.
How long have you been playing along with Tanner's story about being Zero?
Going into approximately 6 hours at that point.
All right. But now we've seen you recovered Athena's body, right? And we've seen that happen. Why continue to play into that?
It's a matter of playing along with this game if it means getting Athena home. It's also a common practice in interview. If, as I'm assessing the interview, I know that if I don't play into this game, he could potentially shut down on me, and then the odds of recovering Athena, the window gets smaller. So I have to play into this game. I have to just take the lies he's given me. I have to continue that interview and maintain that rapport, because ultimately at the end of the day, it's about finding Athena.
So once you've found her, and we'll see that in this video here, is there an additional video after you go back to the jail and have that short conversation?
Yes, sir.
And when does that occur?
That occurs on that same night. Are you talking about the additional video that's occurring there?
Let me clarify. We have the short video you talked about when you get back from the jail in the second, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was there any additional interview of Tanner Horner after that final interview on the second?
Yes, sir. There was an additional interview with Mr. Horner where he asked to speak to me on December 7th.
And I'm going to ask you that, who requested this interview?
The defendant, Mr. Horner, requested it.
Now, at this point, other than telling you where Athena was located now, is there anything else truthful that Tanner Horner has told you?
No, sir.
Now, let me just ask you, up until this point, how many different versions has Tanner Horner told you of how things went down at Athena's residence?
He's given me numerous different versions of how the events of that day transpired.
And up to this point, before we start this video again, how many different versions has Tanner Horner told you up to this point about whether he did or did not remove Athena's clothes?
He's also given me numerous versions of what happened to the clothes, if she was clothed or wasn't clothed.
And then also, how many different versions has Tanner Horner told you up to this point as to where her body's located?
give me two versions. One was at that bamboo, and obviously when he finally decided to take me to her.
Now, when we watch this, this video, you're still talking to this alter ego zero during this time, is that right?
Yes, sir.
At some point, do we get Tanner back?
Yes, sir.
Well, how does that happen?
At one point during the course of that interview, after we located Athena's body, he pretends to come out of this psychosis or whatever was going on at the time, and then I get Tanner back for a little bit. And of course, the only time I'm getting the truth is when I'm playing into his game of zero. So I asked to speak to zero because I feel like that's the only time I'm getting the truth.
And do you do that?
Yes, sir.
And what happens?
Zero comes back.
So all you gotta do is ask.
Yes, sir.
Now, throughout all this, who does Tanner Horner continue to blame for what happened to Athena?
Everybody but himself.
And has that been a consistent theme throughout all of this?
Yes, sir.
Now, let me ask you, when we're doing this, and I'm trying to figure this out here. So when Tanner Horner wants a cigarette, or he's telling you the story about how he wanted to leave her on the scene, who is he then?
I feel like in that time he's Tanner.
But when you start digging in and asking him what happened to Athena and what's going on, who is he then?
That's going to be zero.
When he's telling you that he's worried about his
Yes, it's very complex. Tanner, zero. Tanner, zero.
Kids and wanting to see his child and things of that nature, who's he then?
Tanner.
But when you guys start challenging him regarding some of his inconsistencies, who is he then?
Zero.
And is this a pattern that continues throughout what we're going to see today?
Well, yes, we got throughout the course of the interview. That's obviously, like I stated before, something that I acknowledged based on the interview. And it's very strategic for us because, again, we want to maintain that rapport. We don't need him shutting down because we're trying. Now that we've found Athena, we still need to get to the truth. So if getting to the truth is playing this game, I'm willing to play it.
And so let me ask you just a little bit about this interview on December 7th. We're going to talk to you about it a little more in a minute, but I just want to get an idea here. You said that Tanner Horner asked for this interview, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you go to the jail on December 7th and interview him. Is that audio and video recorded as well?
Yes, sir, it is.
And is it in the same room that we saw before yesterday?
Yes, sir, it is.
I'm muted. Y'all, I'm going to need you to prepare yourselves because this interview is going to infuriate you because of what he asks and demands for his cooperation thus far.
And during this time, did Tanner Horner tell you what the primary purpose of this interview was with you on December 7th?
The only purpose of that interview, which I quickly learned from speaking to him, was that he wanted to cut a deal.
Judge, go ahead and finish the deal.
Yes, go ahead.
Get that?
I think you get you don't mind me. Sorry.
You were talking about was Hannah talking earlier about trying to break her neck. Y'all really trying to break her neck? And she didn't hurt. Was it you trying to break her neck or was it Hannah? You? Did you choke her from behind like you said earlier? Did she get the cut on herself? Did she struggle? Did she trying to claw you or anything like that? How's she trying to claw you? Trying to kick you? She actually did a kick on you?
She's criminal,
Just a vacancy.
was negligent. So about it.
Did it do quick? So you talked about stop being a truck, is that her stop?
I do want to let you guys know that I did speed run a bit of day 4 before coming on, and it does look like they are going to kind of play the court feed. We will get basically, let me show you what we are going to be. We won't be getting to this today, but when the audio and video was played for the jury, no sound came through, which I think is obviously the right choice. I'm glad that it wasn't left up to us, that the court and everyone else decided to not publish that, which I had hoped was the case. But day 4 is definitely probably going to have a lot more breaks because of what they have to deal with, but we will not be able to listen or hear any of that. But to contradict Mr. Zero, there is about an hour of footage and audio that they had to listen to. So no, it was not quick.
Okay.
Oh, wrong day?
You remember what you talked about that? You don't remember just some random place, for sure? So you're talking song. And I talked to, what's in the talks at 23 what? No, it's zero, very important. What items are you take? Make jumps.
Did you take any of her clothes, anything you were to your house, to Tanner's house? You didn't take anything over there? She was wearing her clothes?
Oh, no, that's not on the highway.
You were throwing your clothes all over the highway? You think any Tanner's in someone?
Are you saying strict or maybe to throw the clothes out the window on the highway? What you're saying?
That was funny.
You thought it was funny? You take all the clothes off of her? Shirt, pants, panties, everything?
So the Tanner taking you to clothes home, you think? You don't think so? You think Tanner just, you think Tanner took anything home? I think Tanner raised that to me earlier that he doesn't shit where he eats. Is that right? That was you? You don't shit where you eat? So you didn't take anything back to Tanner's house? Okay.
So the only thing she's wearing was some waters or panties? How long did the property zero? The whole time? When did you take over? So when we were in the building earlier, was Tanner talking to us?
So if I'd addressed you at zero from the get-go, you would have talked to me?
Oh, it's other stuff.
I apologize for not referring to you as zero sooner. Really quick to me. Jane, you're talking. I need to talk to zero. Thank you for talking to me. You asked to talk to me. You heard on the board. You don't remember acknowledging that? You were trying to get me to talk to you the entire time. I just wasn't seeing it until I was there inside the room. I saw it. I heard you calling my name. I just wasn't listening. Zero. He's got one more question, please.
So for what house? You know, what parents? If you're at the house. What? Really now? And in the trash, that's your house. That's your house in the trash? It's in the trash. It's in the trash, okay. Okay, anything else there at the house? You're being truthful. Hey, Zero, when you took her, was she wearing a jacket or anything? No jacket, no shoes?
The jacket and shoes.
Was she wearing little pants and a shirt? Was it long sleeve, short sleeve?
I think it was short sleeve.
It was short sleeve, what color was it?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I'm sorry.
Did she tell you she wanted to go with you?
Of course.
What'd you tell her?
I'm going on a ride.
She was trying to fight you until we go on the ride?
No. She didn't keep asking me questions.
What'd you tell her?
She told me no. I'm just going on a ride.
She's going on the ride? So did you hit her before you dropped the package? I'm sorry, Tanner hit her before the package was dropped off or after?
I want to talk to him.
No, I want to talk to Zero. I want to talk to you. Because you're being more honest, you're being more helpful. I want to talk to you.
Because I went back to him.
Understand?
I took this quick promotion and I'd be able to send me on there.
I want to do that. I mean, I want you to die.
I think you're the only person, sir. I mean, if we're speaking honestly, I think the rest of us are okay with him being voted off of, Life Island.
He wants to die. I want him to die, but I want to live.
So if he dies, you die. That's not help for you. You know what I mean? You need help right now. I really appreciate that. You said it was fun throwing cars out on the highway. Which highway was thrown out?
114.
114, so before you got out of West County? Watch it, close out here. That form of humiliation?
She was going to tell.
She got punched you. Did she tell you she was going to tell? She did? When she tell you she was going to tell?
She said she was going to tell her.
At the house or after you left?
At the house.
At the house? I understand. I'll be real upset too. Zero.
We produced a jacket for that.
So I'm not going to see her.
Okay. Where did you show her?
In the back of the truck.
Okay. And where were you parked at that time?
On the road.
The front of the road? Okay. And then you were close to the, okay, and then what?
The truck walked.
Okay. And what was done with her that tells you that one?
Indeed.
So her clothes were taken off and you're driving down the road and she's not wearing clothing, correct? Am I correct? Okay. And then what? What did you do next?
That's what place to go.
And where was that?
I'm not agree.
Okay. And then what direction did you go?
And we started heading back to the station. And I'll take her back over.
Tanner doesn't remember times. Do you remember what time it was?
About 6:30, when we started heading back, I believe.
When did you go? Do you remember what time it was?
A little bit before 7.
When did you turn the phone? When did you turn his phone on?
And I'll let her take back over.
Do you remember what time that was? Do you remember being back at FedEx back at his work?
No, not to sleep.
You went to sleep, so you don't remember.
Anyway.
You got any questions for me?
Is that it?
No. It's not. I want to get to know you for a little bit.
Well, John wants to do it.
I do.
Okay, so.
Intriguing, is he right? Does that make sense?
We'll give a bit of a perspective, I guess it does.
Let's just after some more. What happened? No, sir. Is Tanner coming in the backpack? Tanner coming in his backpack? So zero put him in Tanner's backpack. You put him in Tanner's backpack, and that's how they got to the house? Let's see, we'll be back, okay? Yes, sir.
Yes, I was on the machine, but on the state's exhibit 38, you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what's that?
This could be the interview from the Wise County Sheriff's Office interview room, which I've initialed.
And that initial again means that you reviewed it, and is that a true and correct copy of that interview?
Yes, sir.
And just to clarify, since we've got several videos here, this is the one that we're gonna see right after the video just ended, is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, the body camera stops and then the interview room camera will take over. So essentially you'll see the transition.
Should we offer states 38?
Any additional objections other than those previously mentioned?
No further objections.
Okay, those objections remain overruled and State's Exhibit 38 is admitted.
So this is fairly short.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Howard. Okay. Commissioner Howard.
Where do you shower, go to the bathroom at in your house?
Yes.
And where's that?
The same property.
Okay. What about bathroom?
Have you got a bathroom?
Yeah, where do you go bathroom at?
The doors.
Okay. So have you told us everything?
You know, it's wholesome. You know, I love how we find things to distract ourselves. So I'm here for cheese talk.
What?
Have you told us everything? Leroy.
Little hey.
So is your,
It's me, like just me.
okay,
Check 0.
It's not 0.
Tanner,
Yes.
welcome back. You okay?
I'm a little flabbergasted, I guess.
Why's that? How's that?
Because I was in the back seat watching everything happen and I'm kind of freaking out.
All right. Is there anything Zero didn't tell us that you can remember, or are we good now?
I mean, I've been even out the entire time. He hasn't really let me know at all.
All right. Since I brought it
He
out.
has like a weird, this is a weird type of respect because you actually you address him, which I think is, okay.
Yeah. There's lots of process, Tanner. There's a lot that happened. So, we're gonna step out just a second, okay? And give you a second to process that, okay? Give us just a minute.
Wait, if you have DID, is that considered self-snitching? Is that the inception of snitching? If your alter ego tells on you, could that be considered attorney-client privilege if you are in fact an attorney? I feel like, I mean, I feel like we should ask these questions. I feel like these are legitimate legal questions after listening to all of his redonkulousness. I remember correctly, lays down and pretends to sleep because he's so tired. He is up past his bedtime. It has been a exhausting day for him.
Hey, Tanner? Tanner? Hey, what's the passcode of your phone? What's the passcode of your phone?
My finger.
There's no numbers?
Yeah, guys, 1561.
1561?
Fine.
1561? Yeah. Well, we'll eventually need it to, look at your phone. All right, hey, we're gonna let you get some rest, okay?
I want to talk to Cassie.
I'm gonna talk to Cassie. We'll let you make a phone call to Cassie in a minute, okay?
I want a video chatter.
Okay.
I want to listen.
We'll do that for you, okay? But right now you need some rest. All right?
She's still waiting on me to call her.
All right, you got something you need? Just write down Cassie's number.
yeah,
It's on the phone.
is it a phone, you know it?
No.
You know,
What's her number? You don't know, okay, we'll get it. We'll get it.
It'll be under my recent calls. It'll be under my name because I can never say the number.
Okay. I'm Rose.
I used to be able to do that.
I
Just
love
notice
being
before we
there.
get to this next video, and I'll talk to you a little bit about that. In the very beginning of this, there was a question asked to Tanner Horner about, did he take any items from the house? What was his initial answer?
No.
And then when, I believe it was, Danny Bradley was asking about her panties. What did he say that he did with those?
He stated they were still on her.
What do you know about that statement?
That was a lie.
And why do you know it's a lie?
I visually could see her body, and I was privy to information of evidence.
Objection, Your Honor, that
Yes, Gail. While I think the court stream does honor that hour by playing the distorted kind of color block, we don't get any audio. We won't hear it, and I think that's incredibly respectful. This little girl's last moments on Earth were horrific, and I'm glad that that is what was taken. My heart goes out to the jury that had to hear it on a Friday. We will be getting to that tomorrow, but I will probably not be going behind as much. We will be starting later just so we can speed through. But now knowing that we aren't going to hear that incredibly rough audio, I'll, I'll still be starting us later so that I can give you guys a heads up when we are going to get to the more difficult testimony, like the medical examiner and things like that. But I am very glad that we'll remember Athena by that beautiful little girl with that giant bow in her hair and not her last terrifying minutes on Earth.
hearsay.
Overruled. Just don't testify what the information was.
The clothing was located at Tanner's house.
Objection, Your Honor, that's
It's
based
the
on
same.
hearsay.
That's the same.
Now, let's talk about that. As part of this interview, one of the officers mentions to Tanner Horner that there were some pants located at his house. Did you hear that?
Yes, sir.
And does then Tanner Horner now remember that there might be some pants at the house?
Yes, sir. I believe he stated they were placed into a backpack.
And did he state what he had done with the pants at the house?
They were thrown in the trash.
I want to clarify this here. When asked why he took her clothes off, what did he say?
It was about humiliation.
Objection, that is mischaracterization.
Or you say it was funny?
Yes, sir.
Now, any of this information that we have as to what he said about throwing the clothes out the window, is that what he said? He threw some clothes out the window?
Yes, sir. I believe the statement he made.
So all of this information about that, if we wanted to know if that information is true or not, what would we need to know if that true information is true or not?
Based on the course of this investigation, I knew that was a lie.
And in this particular investigation, did you have taken any additional evidence at a later date that would allow us to determine if any of the things he is saying is true or not?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
Video evidence.
Now, let's move on to this next interview here, because I want to make sure there's been a lot of video evidence here. This next video is about 2 hours, right?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
And this was the interview that Mr. Horner requested of you.
Yes, sir.
Let's talk a little bit about in the beginning of that, and how did you come to find out that he wanted an interview with you?
On that particular day, I was contacted by the Wise County Sheriff's Office and advised that Mr. Horner had sent up a kite, which is basically a letter that says, "I'd like to speak to the investigator."
And do you remember about what time that you arrived to conduct that interview?
I can't remember the approximate time.
Secondarily, you said that's on December 7th. So how many days is that after you located Lena's body?
Approximately 5 days.
And how many days after he had murdered her was that?
It was going to be approximately 7 days.
So a week after he's kidnapped and murdered Athena, he's wanting to talk to you again.
Yes, sir.
Now, you said earlier that he had indicated to you.
Y'all brace yourself again. What this man has the audacity to ask for is going to make your eyes want to pop out of your head as you roll them so hard. So if you feel like your eyeballs are going to pop out, put your hands over your eyes.
Purpose of his interview, let me get a little feedback there. Purpose of his interview was he wanted to cut a deal. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir, I did.
And let me ask you a couple of questions about that. When people say that they want to cut a deal, what does that mean?
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for speculation.
I'll let him answer. Overruled.
Basically, obviously, in my time in law enforcement, with my experience, we always have people that want to essentially have us be a conduit to the district attorney's office as far as if I'm truthful, will the district attorney's office show us some type of consideration or maybe lessen our charge or do something if we're more helpful, which is common practice that people do in order to reduce their time.
And in this case, is that the case here?
Yes, sir.
And so as part of this, who arrives to conduct this interview?
Myself and Investigator Oliver.
Again, same interview room we saw before.
Yes, sir.
And so on the first part of that video, is that where we see you guys discussing what this proposed deal he has? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then later on, is there also a discussion about Tanner Horner telling you about things, for example, his work history?
Yes, sir. That's common in interviews. What we do is, especially on this one, it's more controlled. Kind of things are settled down now. What we'll do is obviously get through the constitutional rights, and then we'll go through some historical questions. Obviously, what you want, and then we wanted to learn a little bit more about him, work history, family history, things like that.
And in this case, did you go through that with him, with work history and his family history?
Yes, sir.
And did you go through his dating history and, for example, his having a baby with Cassie, his girlfriend?
Yes, sir. Yeah, that would encompass some of that family history.
And were you able to discuss with him as far as work, the locations and places is where he works?
Yes, sir. Yeah, previous employment, things of that nature.
And then also scattered through this interview, is there also still references to this whole zero thing?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk a little bit about the deal he wanted to cut, okay? Prior to talking to him, did you advise him of his rights or have a discussion about his rights at that point?
Yes, sir, we did.
And he had asked for this interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
Initially, what is his basic proposal that he makes to you as far as this deal he wants?
Basically, just a brief synopsis of it is I want to be freed with an ankle monitor. I want to spend Christmas with my family. You guys can monitor me, keep track of me, and I'll fully cooperate in this investigation.
The it's past 4 hours. The fucking audacity to demand to spend time with his child when he stole Athena. You guys, I told you to brace yourselves because I about fell out of my daggone chair. This is the reason why I look both ways on a one-way street. This man's audacity is the reason I don't trust humanity, okay? That ask alone would have the death penalty for me, honestly. The audacity of asking to spend time with your child on Christmas when you took a baby girl from her home. You know, less than 3 weeks before Christmas, you delivered a Christmas toy to her and took her life. The audacity is beyond anything I have ever heard. Like, we thought Sarah Boone was audacious. We thought that Lori Vallow couldn't read a room. This has to be the most, like, out of touch. Yes, he did. He thought he was going to get probation for this because he admitted to it.
So that's his proposal. If you'll let him out, then he'll tell you the truth.
Yes, sir.
Now, during this time, did you ever agree to anything about that?
No, that's another thing. We can't make any promises. We can never do any guarantees. That is not in my job responsibilities, and I am 100% forthcoming with people on that. I can't make any promises. I actually told him that's not going to happen.
And as part of this interview, you said he wants to have Christmas with his son.
Yes, sir.
And in fact, he says that if he can do that, he'll tell you everything. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So he wants you to give him something for him to be truthful about what he did to Athena on November 3rd.
That's correct.
Now, it is part of this investigation and question.
Did anyone remind him that he decided to crime in Tejas? Where, again, the tagline is, "We not only have the death penalty, we've installed an express lane." God, I love Ron White.
Do you ask him some questions during this process about the why and what happened to Athena?
Yes, sir, I do.
And at all points in this, does he volunteer any additional information about that?
No, sir. Usually when we start talking, he directs back to this deal, refers back to it, and then it's more me essentially trying to pry information out of him. Just, hey, be honest with me, talk to me, tell me about this.
And so does this process of you trying to question him and then him wanting you to give him something to tell the truth, does that repeat several times?
Yes, sir. Yeah, throughout the course of the interview, you could kind of see how that plays out.
And that's in the first part of the interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
The middle part of the interview is what you're talking about when you discuss all of the history. Is that right? His family history and things of that nature?
Yes, sir.
And then at the end of this, do you also have another detailed discussion about this whole zero thing?
Yes, sir. We speak about it.
And let me ask you a couple of questions about that. At any point during all of this, does Tanner Warner ever take responsibility for what he does, what he did?
No, sir.
And during all of this, do you ask him questions about whether he feels remorseful or not?
I do.
And at any point, does he directly express remorse for what he's done?
No, sir.
Does he ever say that he's sorry for what he did?
Not that I can recall.
Did he ever ask to apologize to Athena's family?
I believe I asked him if he wanted to say anything to the family.
And what was his answer?
He just said he wanted to give him a hug, I believe was the response I got.
Judge Tanner?
Yes, sir.
And just I'm gonna,
A little out of order on the numbers here. I'm going to show you Exhibit 275. Same questions as before. Do you know what that is and how do you know what that is?
It's going to be the reinitiated interview, and it's going to have my initials on it with a date stamp of December 7th.
Indicating you've reviewed this.
Yes, sir.
And is this a true and correct copy of the interview that you did on December 7th with Tanner Warner?
Yes, sir. I believe this one may have a redaction that was requested by the defense based on my review.
Good. That's included here.
Yes, sir.
Judge, we would offer State's Exhibit 275.
Any further objections other than those previously?
No additional objections, Your Honor.
Okay, those are objections remain overruled, and State's Exhibit 275 is admitted.
Judge, this video is about 2 hours.
I anticipate what we'll do is we'll start, and about halfway through or so, we'll take a break, and then we'll come back in and finish it, okay?
And we're probably just going to do the first little bit of this interview where you guys will see the audacity of his ask. And then I'm going to take a little break between, my stream. I will be sending you guys over to Nick's Slightly Tipsy or Slightly Buzz streamed. I think we are helping crowdfund Dolly's trip to CrimeCon. So, we will get through some of this interview, but the rest we will be catching up with over the weekend.
Yes, ma'am. You need a break? All right, let's take 10 minutes and we'll get started, all right? 5 after 10, we'll start, everybody.
It's over on Shizzy's stream. Usually it's around 8. So we do Friday nights on his channel. So it should be under Shizzy's channel around 8 p.m. Jen, I am this weekend going to try to reach out to our resident awesome appellate attorney, Floridian, and opponent of the death penalty. I have mixed feelings about the death penalty, but it might be nice to have a conversation about this, because I do agree with Steve that I'm not sure that the government is who I trust to be the arbiter of this, but I do disagree that I think some crimes merit it. Uh, that being said, hopefully he'll have time, because he is always bringing in really thoughtful, things that I didn't think of, and I always appreciate his very well reasoned thoughts, even if I don't always agree with them. But it would be nice to have a discussion and see if we maybe land a little closer together or a little further apart, but still, able to agree.
Those off here real quick, and then we have other some formalities, okay? So did you get the big email yesterday or what? Okay, it's, before we take off into anything, I have to, obviously, you have constitutional rights, and you have been appointed attorney, so we're going to go some of that. First and foremost, the reason we're here is because you were wanted to speak to us, is that correct? Okay, who did you ask to speak to us?
The guard.
The guard, do you want the guard's name?
I can tell them.
Okay.
Athena.
Okay, so you know Jailer, do you remember what time it was?
I'll look at it.
Okay, that's understandable. So it says 9/11, around 9 o'clock p.m. last night, you requested to speak to an investigator in reference to your case, and when we make you break your rights again, okay, you have constitutional rights regardless of the fact that you have to speak to us. Yeah, so that's really, so you have the right to raise law in any state, you can issue trial. In oral written statement, you can issue in court. You have the right to have a lawyer present to advise you prior to your question, to any peace officer. If you can't afford an attorney, will be appointed to advise you prior to your question, you have the right to turn this hearing anytime you understand your answers. Do you know who your attorney is?
I can't remember the name.
Okay, but you do have an attorney, you have consulted with it, and you have asked to speak to us, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and you do understand your rights and you waive those rights, correct?
I mean, I understand the rights.
Okay. You understand the rights and you know you have the rights to cancel, but you have the right to understand the anytime, right? Oh,
Sorry, I'm so sorry. It's okay. I'm here for you. Sorry, I've had a lot of female jailers, so it's
Name it.
obviously.
Okay, perfect. All right, Tanner, so obviously you have some questions for us, right? What's going on today?
I've been thinking about this for literally hours and I don't know.
Yeah.
Give me a second.
Yeah, I think we'll get an answer in a few days.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm absolutely sure.
He's here.
Yeah, it's gonna help relax.
I mean, maybe, I guess. I just feel weird getting inside.
It's okay. I've done it numerous times.
Here's that my home, so.
Is that gonna help you relax?
Okay, so we can just drink that for hours.
Use that water bottle's next straight. I'll use this to drink. No, it's straight.
Leave a little bit in there.
What do you think about that?
So I imagine you have basically a list of bullet points that you want to know from me, correct?
Yep, absolutely.
There's only one thing in this world that I want.
What's that?
I want a month. If you can't do that, I understand.
You don't want what?
I want a month.
A month of what?
Even if you want to put the ankle monitor on GPS monitors, check off with you. Like, if you give me a month with my family, so I can have Christmas with my son, I'll tell you everything.
I'll be completely honest.
Where in the foggy, nebulous, like red eye, rose tinted glasses utopia, did he think this was ever going to happen? That any court in any land in any country around the world would let this monster out for a month so he could have Christmas with his family? They don't need your help, sweetie. They've got DNA, they've got evidence.
That's beyond your power, I understand.
Yeah, no, it's something that I can't even feasibly think that's possible, but I don't know that for sure, because I'm not the prosecutor, I'm not, the courts, I don't know that. So, it's above my head, it's a question I'd have to ask,
I'd be willing, even if y'all set up cameras outside the house,
you know what, Tanner, give me some good faith. We talked once that night, you were completely honest with me. Completely honest with me. I mean, and I think that goes to trust, because it's a two-way road. I think you trusted me, and I trusted you to do the right thing, and tell me the truth, and you did. Literally, I'll tell you right now that it's okay. Don't worry about that. That's not it. Don't worry about it.
So,
Listen to me. small details, right? Remember, I could tell you that, and I just, a small piece of a bigger picture, right? So you told me the truth, and you walked in, obviously, in today's modern world and with our capabilities, we can make a lot of things, we can corroborate a lot of things, right? We can put all the pieces together, see if you're telling us the truth, and you are telling us the truth. We've literally, we've got everything nailed down, even if you go into the store and get the clean materials and all that, we know all those things, right? So a lot of the what has been answered. I think I told you that from the beginning, right? Right? What happened has been answered. What path you took has been answered. Where you put her has been answered, right? That's the biggest thing for me. I think I told you from day one. It's like, just let me bring her home, right? I think that was the statement I made to you, and that was my sole intent. I just wanted to bring her home. And we got her home now. But a lot of why this happened hasn't been answered. And I know that you want some good faith and some things that are beyond my power to do. But I think you got to give me some more good faith on why this happened. Why did this happen?
Well, the thing is, I'm willing to tell everything, even if you have to make a list, I'll make video entries of every detail of everything. If you could somehow give me a month just to be with my family, that one last month, if you can talk to somebody, anything, that's all I want. I just want to be able to have one Christmas.
I can't promise you anything. I can't tell you that that's even possible, nor am I going to begin to give you any false illusions. Because I think from day one you asked, how many questions did you ask me there on the side of the road, and I answered you truthfully? I didn't count, but how many times? You asked me several questions. Did I avoid your questions?
No, sir.
I answered you directly, correct?
No, I appreciate you.
Yeah, and I was truthful with you. What was the two-way road, Tanner? It's that two-way road means that what I expected you, you should expect of me also. So I'm not going to.
That's why I'm not like upset that you're telling me that it might not be possible.
Yeah.
If there's like a sliver.
Yeah.
No.
I'll tell you where we're at right now is you got to give me some good faith and answer that question for me. You got to answer me the why, right? Because that's what's weighing on me, is why this happened. We don't have to get back into detail if you don't want to right now, but that's the big question I have. Why this happened?
Sir, I want to answer everything you have to say. But the main motivation behind me wanting to talk to you is I literally just want to see my son. I understand. I want to be there for him on Christmas. I want to give him that good Christmas feeling. I want to be able to be answer this. They can look back on.
Absolutely. 100%. If I was in your shoes, I would want to do the same thing. But you got to answer me something. You got to give me some good faith, right? Are you willing to do that for me? No, hang on. Listen to what I'm fixing to ask. I ain't asking what I'm fixing to ask. I'm just asking, are you willing to do that for me?
It's the only thing I want. And I don't give you anything you want.
Did you know what you did wrong?
Sweetheart, that's not how any of this works. You have nothing we want except for your slow and painful theoretical shuffle off this mortal coil. So, yeah, you have no, what's that word? Leverage.
Of course. Now, I haven't been on the medicine in 5 days. It's starting to wear off. I've actually been crying. Do you know what that's like? Not being able to cry for months and months and months.
Tanner, are you remorseful for what you did? Obviously, you're telling me you're crying, but I mean,
I'm a father. I took a fucking. I took away something from someone and thought it had something here. Oh, that was gel, I guess. All I want is just to spend one last Christmas with my son, and I'll tell you everything. Like, I'll
Tanner, you got distracted. You didn't answer my question. I said, are you remorseful for what you did?
I'm a father.
Tell me about that. Are you hurting inside for Athena?
Hurting for her, I'm hurting for her family. Like, even if this was some random person, I'd still be hurting for this child.
What would you want to say? If her mom and dad were here right now, what would you want to say to them?
I'm not dealing with this with any of our questions, by the way.
What's that?
Is there a sliver of a chance?
No.
I told you that. One, I'm not going to promise you anything. That's way above my head. And I'm going to shoot you straight just like I want you to shoot straight. I don't think there's that possibility. Now, is there a possibility for you to receive equipment and things to make videos for your son and things like that? I believe so. I believe that may be a possibility. Obviously, you're going to need to talk to your family. There'll be a time and place for that.
I mean, I have a lot of friends that get along with my own family. Like, you probably seen what that backyard looks like. My grandmother would tell me she needs that cleaned up for over a decade, and if I'm on like house arrest, something like that, I'd be able to right those wrongs. Pause on house arrest, I'd be able to actually, so my kids might celebrate Christmas. I'd be able to, you know what I mean?
Jan, where'd you come up with this idea? Is this your idea or just something you saw someone else? Or somebody say,
Pray about it.
pray about it? Did I speak to you? And he said, this is what you should ask for?
God? I don't think God had anything to do with that.
So Tanner, let me ask you something. I've answered your question just now. You said I'd answer around it, but I didn't answer around it. My question was that I told you that, one, I didn't know if this was possible, and two, it was way above my head. And it's, I'm not gonna sit here and give
Jen, I am not sure exactly, but he keeps saying his first Christmas, so I'm guessing he's either one or younger, maybe even close to two, but I am not quite sure.
you false hope, right? Because you and I started from day one on shooting each other straight. That was our relationship from the minute we met. And I'm not gonna begin to start jacking that up right now and not shoot you straight. So I answered your question. The only question I have is, and you gotta help me out here. You said you were a parent, right? So as a parent, my question to you was, if Athena's parents here were here, put yourself in their shoes for a minute, what would you say to them?
I don't know what I would say.
I mean, would you apologize to them? Would you explain why you did this? Or,
I don't know what I would say. I would be speechless.
what would you want somebody to say to you? If somebody took somebody from you?
Your mother should have swallowed. It's what we're all thinking. The world, humanity would be a better place.
If you can make this happen for me, somehow.
Listen to it. Here's the deal. Again, I'll go right back to what I said before. I don't do it.
See, Texas Ranger Espinosa, the fact that you did not Will Smith this man when he kept talking about Christmas, of all the things, all the self-control that, Texas Ranger Espinosa has shown, this is the most epic self-control because I'd have to leave the room, y'all. I'd have to leave the room.
I'm not going to begin to give you false hope, right? I'm not going to begin to tell you that this is possible. The current offense, the charges that you've been charged with, I don't believe that's something where they let folks, obviously if you can post bond, you have your constitutional rights for that, and you can be with your family if you can make bond. There's that side of it. But other than that, I'm not going to start with giving you false hope or telling you things. This is above my pay grade. That's a question that would be for prosecutors, judges, and different things that I don't have the answer to, because I don't think that's possible. So that being said, if I wanted to sit here and bullshit you, which I'm not, and I haven't done from day one, I would give you false hope, and I'm not going to do that. Okay? Because again, I think our relationship goes into telling each other the truth and shooting each other straight. Now, I think you can save a lot of grace and save some face here, which you've already done. First of all, let me tell you something, Tanner. From the bottom of my heart, I want to personally thank you for letting me bring her home. Thank you for that. Because guess what? That wasn't for me. That wasn't for you. That wasn't for anybody in this community. That was for her parents.
I know I've said it many, many times already in this trial, but God bless this officer. Again, with the teacher, with the judge, with the sheriff, with this prosecutor, if this case had to happen, God put the right people right where they needed to be. If you believe in God, look, it is late in the day. I'm just going to say God, y'all insert universe, white sage, or astrology if you ascribe to any of those others. But for me, God put the right people in place to make sure this monster couldn't hurt anyone else.
Bring her home. You let me bring her home so she could rest, and so that family could get closure. So thank you for that. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for letting me bring her home. I genuinely appreciate that. I don't think I ever got to really express that to you, okay? So, again, thank you for cooperating with us. Thank you for being truthful, honest, transparent. I do see a little bit of remorse on you. I do see a little regret in you. And I feel you as a parent, as a person, right? Just because I wear this badge doesn't make me not human. I'm just like you, right? I'm a person, I'm human. I have feelings, I have emotions, right? Do you understand that? So quit thinking of me as a police officer right now, think of me as a person, and understand the human aspect of this. The human aspect is that we know the what. Now the family needs to understand the why. People need to understand the why. Now we're going to start spending our casting a little bit further. Now we need to explain to this community why. Now we need to explain to the people why. Officers, this case has impacted everybody tremendously. I personally, this girl Oliver.
Again, every time I look at this and I don't generally look for signs, but the fact that he was, apprehended at the crossroads of, I think, was it Faith and Truth roads, that, Athena was found in Trinity River, that, that Texas Ranger's first name is Job. It really does, remind you that, yeah, darkness happens, but there are people out there that will fight tooth and nail, that will make friends with monsters to bring home a little girl, that will hope against hope and stay up all night listening to the ramblings of a reject so that he can bring a tiny bit of peace when nothing's going to bring closure, but a teeny tiny bit of peace to a family. He'll thank a monster. And that right there is the light, is the goodness that so outshines the darkness this monster tried to perpetrate.
Investigators are on the front line. I ain't sleeping, days, looking for Athena.
Do you know your parents' names?
No, sir.
Her father's name is Jacob. Her mother's name is Megan. Her stepmother's name is Elizabeth. They want to know why. Their curious is why it's happened.
If I go to them next time I see them, because their question when I see them again is why did this happen? We know what happened. We're always going to know the what. We get hung up in the what too many times, but we never understand the why. And you can go by every person I've talked to in the past, and I'm not going to sit and tell you I had more cases like this before. I have. And every single person's always got to understand why, because there's always a why.
Let me tell you something, Tanner. Last night there was a prayer group for this going on, and Jacob specifically asked me why this happened to us. Why? He didn't take it. He wants to know. I mean, he's got 2 other daughters, but he'd like to know why this happened. And I couldn't tell him. I looked this man dead in the face and I couldn't tell him. I said, I don't know. He hasn't answered that for me. He doesn't want to talk to you right now.
Ken, I know what you want, and I'll listen to it. And I've been honest with you, upfront with you, and you have been with us as well. But if that's something that you can help us put that piece of the puzzle in, then that's very important.
I know there's a lot of the details you have, what you want to give us, if we can grant this, but the why, it is pretty big for this family. This helps with their closure.
Would you be able to talk to a judge?
Yeah, you know what I'll do is I'll convey what you told me here today. I'll convey what you told me here today. I'll convey to the judge and to the prosecutors, and I'll convey to the department heads what your request is, right? And I'll also convey to them that I've told you this isn't something that I believe is feasible. Because again, I'm not going to sit here and bullshit you. I'm not going to sit here and give you false hope. But if you want me to relay something, I will. But I think as good faith, I think answering why is crucial.
They have something come after I got
Yeah, it's fine.
I want you to understand something. It's not crucial about the case. That's not what he's talking about. It's crucial for the family. This is not about prosecution, not about putting on trial for why execution to the family.
We need to, let me understand this again, one, two, three. The what happened is done. We know that. You were helpful in what happened. You literally walked me step through step on when you took Athena, when you killed Athena, and where you put Athena, and what you did after you killed Athena. That's the what happened. What you did after, up until the day you came here. We know what happened because of you. Because of your cooperation and your assistance and your willingness to let me bring her home. That is what happened. And those answers have been answered. So that's what I would help you understand. Would you agree with me on that?
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying. But just, can I speak for a minute? No.
No, you can't, Cletus. We've had enough of you. You have one mouth, two ears. I'm gonna need you to open them up, listen to, Job, and then speak the truth.
The reason I wanted to do this. I just want to spend that one last Christmas. I have videos of Christmas morning.
I swear to goodness, him playing with that flip-flop, I want to go to my closet and get a flip-flop. And I am thinking with the collective rage of all of everyone who watched this crap, I can launch that chonkla all the way to Texas. Oh, sir, it will never again be about what you want.
And waking up, gonna go sit, I go under the tree, see his presents. We would take the entire thing and have him be able to look back on that. This isn't even really about me at this point. It's about that little boy.
Fuck you to put that on your little boy. No, this is about you. Your little boy is a baby. Look, first Christmases are much more about the parents than they are the baby. So try again. And if you think I don't have experience, I've had 6 children. So slowly sideways with a cactus, sir.
I want this because I want to be able to, for him to have something to look back on.
You think your son's gonna wanna remember you? Your son's gonna spend his entire lifetime trying to disassociate from you. He is going to spend an entire lifetime probably saying, "No, no, that's my sperm donor. It's unfortunate. I have nothing to do with him. My mom wouldn't let me see him."
The reason I wanted to trade this is because if somehow by some million-one shot, they were able to put me on a monitor, put cameras around the house, everything.
This is not real world Chomo. I don't think how much of the reefer did you smoke?
If y'all were able to do that, I would go no contest. All I want is that 1 month time. Hell, not even a month, technically, just end of the year, you know what I mean? That 1 month time, that one last crucial time for my son. I would give up everything. I would say, just throw me in a jail cell forever, I don't care. I would give up everything. I'd give up all my defenses, I'd give up everything. So no contact.
After the audio, I don't know that there's going to be anything that will save this man from the death penalty, regardless of people's leanings prior to that. unfortunately for everyone in the gallery, and I think everyone in the jury who has to listen to that audio, there will be a before and after. And I think it's very easy to have high-minded ideals about this, but when you have to listen to an hour of a child brutally passing away, it strips out those high-minded ideals. I sincerely hope that everyone who was in the gallery, the jurors, that they are offered support, um, any kind of help, to deal with what they've had to listen to. There is a very famous case out of California, again with my serial unaliver knowledge. Now, it was called the Toolbox Unalivers. I do believe, do not look for this, but these were a famous serial unaliver duo who recorded audio recordings of their victims' final moments and hours, and they played that for a jury, and they had to stop for several days. So this is not without precedence, but I do very much hope that uh, the jury system has better mental health offering for juries that have to deal with this kind of stuff.
Give you the information that you want, everything. That's why I want you to come here to the judge.
I don't believe the Toolbox tapes are out. I have never been tempted to listen to them. I know that they do play them in Quantico, or at least I know that they used to desensitize agents. That being said, it would take a very strong personality, and I know personally I don't have that. So bless the people that can and go after these monsters. But yeah.
I'll convey that to the prosecutor, to the district attorney of this county. I'll convey that to him for you. But again, I tell you this, that is not like what you're requesting is more than likely not possible. I'm not gonna sit here, and again, we can't make, we can't make any promises. We can't give you false hope. We can't give you any illusions of what's gonna happen. You know what I mean? It's like, I'll convey it, but for you, but I can tell you what the answer's gonna be. Does that make sense?
And Nosy Rosie, glad you're joining us. Hey Mo, didn't know you were tackling this one. This one's been a rough one. I can usually stay not guilty through all the evidence. Day one, second witness, he's done. Well, he has pled guilty, so the jury is essentially watching to choose between two punishments, either life in prison without the possibility of parole or the ultimate punishment. So he did plead he pled guilty. So the one good thing is that we know he's not going free. And the other good thing, or at least good thing for those of us who are not in the courtrooms, is that tomorrow or day 4, when we get there, they did play the hour-long video and audio. Now, the video was covered up at some point, but they did play the audio of Athena's last moments, and those were not broadcasted in any fashion. And I totally and completely agree with that. Do I think that he'll last very long if he goes into life without the possibility of parole? No, I do not. Do I find myself giving many damns about that? No. But I think we are going to stop here. I'm going to check on the 2 youngest most ferals before I head on over to Nick's slightly buzz stream. It is going to be a fun one. We are grifting to get Dolly to CrimeCon incognito. So That will be a super fun stream. I am going to get an adult beverage because, holy goodness, listen to Tanner bellyache for 4 hours has been, well, migraine inducing. So I am going to check on the Farrells, get an adult beverage, and then hang out with Nick for a little bit. Then I will be on with Shizzy. And then it is Friday night, you guys, and you know what that means. We should be over at the Expert, hanging out, having fun, and listening to Volstorm without our earbuds so we don't blow our eardrums out. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I I know I keep saying no more kiddo cases, but honestly, part of what I do is honor them. And I'm so glad that you guys are here to hang out and, sit through the hard stuff. I'm a firm believer that some of the silent ways we can show support is sitting with the families as they go through the hell of having to listen, to what this monster, took from their family. And I hope the family and the judge, the prosecutor, and especially Texas Ranger Espinoza know how incredibly grateful and supportive a lot of people are, in America, around the globe, that they are treating this case with such respect, such, honor, and, only showing the jury what they need to show because they could pull our heartstrings out if they wanted. They could, pull our souls out of our bodies with all the things that they're holding back, but they are being so restrained. They're being so respectful of all the bad that they have to tell us, and it is really refreshing. I've said it once and I'll say it a million times. If we had to watch this case, I this is one of the most respectful judges and just court staff and state prosecutor. I have been genuinely impressed, and it's made it a lot easier to cover this trial. So I will be sending you guys over to Nick. I'm going to check on the Farrells, get your snacks, get your, breadstick money, not your ramen money. You know what Megan says. And I will see you over there. We need to laugh. Let's hope that Nick has some fun stuff, and let's get Dolly to Crime Con. I will see you guys in just a little bit. Bye, you guys.